Mic check for the YouTube stream. We're doing a mic check for the YouTube stream. Testing audio for the YouTube stream. Testing audio for the YouTube stream. Good morning, panel members. Are you able to hear me? Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the City of Toronto Committee of Adjustment Scarborough District hearing. Today is October 13, 2022. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx webinar, an online digital platform, and it's streamed onto the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using the WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching it on the YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or a telephone. All participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you please mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those attendees that have registered in advance to attend by video today will be temporarily upgraded to a panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen option or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Before we begin, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is now called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to a property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wishes to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on any application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and an email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, which is the TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal or the OLT. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. In terms of the hearing procedure, I will call each item as it's listed on the agenda in that order. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with a presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or the agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application. We are certainly here to listen to your concerns and issues that you bring to us today. However, repeating the same issues and concerns will not advance your cause. The applicant or the agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if it's substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those who are entitled to receive the notice of the application are informed of the revisions. Then individuals either in support or in opposition to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or the agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Before we begin hearing the first item on the agenda today, may I receive a motion on adopting the minutes from the last meeting? Committee members, have you had a chance to look into the minutes of the last meeting? All right. If there are no concerns on the minutes, may I have a motion to adopt the minutes? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I forward motion for approval of minutes of our last meeting.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I second that motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Thank you. All in favor of this motion? The motion is carried and the minutes of the last meeting have been adopted. We are holding a morning session only today. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff or members for items in the time slot? So I would like to declare conflict of interest on 3 items, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Those are items number 10, number 12, and number 14. And for all the 3 applications or the items, the applicant or the agent is an acquaintance of mine, or I know them. Thank you. Has that been recorded?
Through the chair, it has been recorded. I just want to confirm who will be chairing those items in your absence.
Sure.
Can someone please put up their hand?
Okay.
One of the members?
Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am prepared to act as chairman in your absence.
Thank you very much. And Member Macaulay, I would request that you chair the items for both during the vetting of the agenda as well as when you're actually chairing those items. Thank you very much. Are there any further
you.
requests? Conflicts of interest declarations?
Through the chair, there are no conflict of interest for staff.
Thank you very much. All right. I see none from the other members of the panel as well. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, let's proceed with the deferral requests for today. May I please know what the first deferral request is? Sorry.
Through the chair, for today's hearing, there are 3 deferral requests. The first one is item 3, 31 KELLS Avenue. The request, deferral sine die at the request of the applicant to have hold a final community meeting to address concerns identified by community planning, the deputy mayor, and the neighbors.
Thank you, Colin. Okay, so this is item number 3. Staff, may I please have the applicant online, and that would be Jesse Raju Kanath for item 3, which is 31 KELLS Avenue. Hello, Jesse, are you with us? Hello, Jesse, can you speak up, please? Okay, can we have the other agent, Faisal Ahmed, please, online? Hello, Faisal, are you there? Could you speak a bit louder,
Yes,
Faisal?
Madam Chair. Good morning. Yeah, can you hear me, Madam Chair?
I can hear you now, sir. Please go
Hello?
ahead. Yes. So
Yes,
we have a
Yeah.
request of deferral from you to defer this item sine die to give you an opportunity to hold a final community meeting to address some concerns that have been raised. Do you have any questions or comments at this time?
No, Madam Chair, just I missed the project name. Is it 31 KELLS we're talking about?
We're talking about 31 KELLS Avenue.
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, so you're
We are
confirming,
deferring,
Okay.
requesting the, sorry.
you're confirming that you're requesting for deferral.
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Faisal, we're getting some interruptions from you. We can hear you now, but there are more items on the agenda, so I would request you to check your connections, please, at your end, so that there's no interruptions going forward. Members of the
Sure, ma'am.
committee, do you have any questions or comments on this request for deferral for 31 KELLS Avenue? I see none. All right. Can I please have a motion on this request for deferral, and that would be sine die. Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the applicant has confirmed the deferral request, I put forward motion for deferral of this item sine die so that the applicant have a time to address the issues of neighbors and deputy mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I second that motion to defer sine die to allow further consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? And the motion is carried, and the application for 31 KELLS Avenue has been deferred sine die. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, may I please have the second request for deferral?
Through the chair, the second deferral request is for item number 10, the minor variance for 168 to 184 CLONMORE Drive.
Okay. Thank you, Colin. I have a conflict. I will remove myself for this item, and I will let Member Macaulay chair this item, please.
Thank you. Is the applicant available?
Through the chair, just a bit before we bring on the applicant, I'll just let you know what the deferral request is for, the panel members. It's deferral to the November 10th hearing at the request of the applicant in order to request additional variances identified in the zoning review, which was recently received. Thank you.
Thank you. is the applicant available?
Through the
Staff,
chair,
do we have Mr.
the
Millward? Or
Through the chair, Robert Millward, you have been unmuted.
Robert, are you there?
through the chair, we have received the deferral request in writing, and we afforded that to the panel. So in the event that the applicant is not available to speak, we do have their written request if you wish to proceed with the deferral.
Okay, thank you, staff. Mr. Millward, we are not able to hear you. We understand that you are in agreement with the deferral, and therefore we are considering a deferral. Do I have a motion from the panel members? Member Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we have the written request of deferral, therefore, I put forward motion for deferral of item 10 and to be rescheduled at November 10 hearing.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Member Taylor?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll second that motion for deferral to the November 10th hearing to enable the inclusion of additional variances identified in the zoning review.
Thank you. All in agreement with the deferral? Thank you. That item 10, 168 to 184 CLONMORE Drive is now deferred. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Macaulay, for chairing that item. I will now move to item number, the next request for deferral.
Through the chair, the last deferral request for today's hearing is for item number 19. It's it's the consent and 2 minor variance applications for 14 Ackland Avenue. It's a deferral. Insufficient notice was given under the Planning Act, so it's a deferral, and to reschedule these applications to the November 10th public hearing, and new notice will be issued and mailed out to all prescribed people. The applicant has advised us that they are not in attendance today. So if you want to proceed with the deferral request, you may do so.
Thank you very much, Colin, for that. So members of the committee, as Colin mentioned, the applicant is not available today. However, we heard the reason for the deferral due to insufficient notice that was given under the Planning Act. May I have a motion on this request for deferral? Just wanted to remind you that the recommendation is to reschedule it to November 10th hearing. May I have a motion, please? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move deferral to the November 10th hearing to enable sufficient notice to be provided.
Thank you, Member Taylor. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion.
All right, all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried, and the application for 14 Ackland Avenue has been deferred to November 10th public hearing. Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there further requests for deferral today?
Through the chair, I would like to, if we can, we may have a deferral request in. We have not heard from the applicant yet on it. Can I suggest that we, for item number 19, item number 20, 4100 Gordon Baker Road, we confirm with the applicant whether they wish to defer their item.
Sure. Thank you very much for that, Colin. So for item 20, which is 4100 Gordon Baker Road, we have the agent listed on this sheet as Brandon Simon. Can we have Brandon, please? Okay. Good morning, Brandon. Are you with us?
Oh, hello.
Hello. Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, sorry. What would I would ask if you could unmute Bruce Hall to speak on this matter, who is also on the line.
Sure. All right. Can we have Bruce, please? Bruce, you have been unmuted. Are you with us?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Bruce. So an email was sent this morning from the ECS Engineering Services recommending a deferral to help modify certain conditions on this application that were recommended by them. Have you received that correspondence, and do you have any questions or concerns with that recommendation?
Yes, I've received it, and I discussed it with Ms. Darling earlier before the meeting. To be honest, we're a little bit frustrated because we've been working at this for over a year with planning and ECS and legal, but we will consent to the deferral because we're working collaboratively to bring this matter about. I would ask, given the length that we've been at it, that the matter be deferred only to the November 10th meeting and not indefinitely as a consequence.
Thank you very much, Bruce. I'm going to request staff to advise if it's possible to bring this item back on the November 10th hearing.
Through the chair, that is possible.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Bruce, as you heard, staff has confirmed that they will be able to bring back this item on the next hearing. So, with your consent to this request for deferral from the engineering services, I will now proceed with the committee and ask them if they have any questions or concerns. Members of the committee, do you have any questions or concerns with this deferral request? I see none. All right, if there isn't, then can I please have a motion just to remind you that we can bring it back to the November 10th hearing? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Bruce, for your understanding on the recommendation of engineering services. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for deferral of this application to be rescheduled for our upcoming meeting.
On November 10, 2022?
Which is November 10.
Okay, thank you. All right, may I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. I second that motion to defer this item 20 to the November 10th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Gary. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried and the application for 4100 Gordon Baker Road has been deferred or rescheduled to November 10, 2022 public hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I believe there are no further requests for deferral. We can now proceed with the vetting of the agenda, and I will proceed with the agenda as it's listed or in the order as listed on the agenda. So starting with the first item, item number 1, 59 Calsonia Avenue. We do have a list of registered speakers with us, and I will hold down this item and come back to it when we come back to the main body of the meeting. So item 1 for 59 Calsonia Avenue is being held for further discussion. Item number 2, 87 CLIFFCREST Drive. Once again, there is a neighbor who has registered to speak on this application. So item 2, which is 87 CLIFFCREST Drive, is being held for further discussion. Item number 4, 41 Armitage Drive. There are no registered speakers, and perhaps we can deal with this item right now. So can we please have the agent, Nicholas Dell, with us? Nicholas. He is not with us. Okay. So committee members, Nicholas Dell is not with us. However, you have his application before us. This is item number 4. It's a minor variance application, and there's only one variance being requested. Any questions or comments on this application? I see none. All right. If there are no questions or comments on this, can I please have a motion? This is item 4, 21 Armitage Drive. Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand this minus variance application is required to facilitate the variance so the servants of the lot. I have no objection to that straightforward application, so I will put forward motion for approval of this item, and there is no conditions attached to that.
Thank you very much. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. Second Member Said's motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. Member Taylor seconds the motion. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried and the application has been approved. So item 4, 21 Armitage Drive has been approved. Thank you. Item 5, 126 BATHGATE Drive. There are no registered speakers, so we can deal with this item. Can we please have the owner's legal counsel, Grace O'Brien, with us? Hello.
Hi, yes, I'm with you.
Good morning, Grace. Thank you very much for joining us today. Grace, we have your application before us. Have you had a chance to look at the recommended conditions from urban forestry and from community planning, which was recommended in their staff report? Have you had a chance to look at it, and do you have any questions or concerns with those?
So no concerns with the conditions of community planning. We did review the conditions of urban forestry and are just, I'm not sure that the trees urban forestry is referring to still exist. They referenced a city-owned 4-centimeter oak tree, but the oak tree was destroyed or taken down in 2013 and replaced by a tulip tree that now no longer exists. So we recognize that they're standard conditions, but don't think that they're necessary in these particular circumstances just because there's no longer any trees there.
So in situations like this, Grace, what we have done is we have continued to add those conditions, and if truly there are no trees as you indicated, then I'm sure the urban forestry staff in discussion with you should be able to resolve or sign off on that condition. Is that something that you would be able to, is that something that works for you?
Yes, that works for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Grace. I appreciate that. Do you have any questions or comments, or we're reading the agenda, so we're just dealing with items that are uncontested. Unless you want to make a presentation or something, we're going right into the decision.
I have a presentation prepared, but unless the committee would like to hear it, then I'm in your hands. Okay, all right.
Members of the committee, would you like to have a presentation or any questions of Grace at this time? All right, I see none. So thank you very much, Grace, for offering that. On that note, committee members, if you do not have any questions or comments on this application, can I please have a motion? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I note that staff recommend that they build in accordance with the site plan. Is the applicant satisfied with that condition?
Yes, Member Macaulay.
Yes,
okay, sorry. She did indicate in the beginning that she had.
I will recommend. Yes. On that basis, I will recommend approval of this application, subject to the condition of community planning, that it be built in accordance with the site plan, and subject to, as was discussed, urban forestry condition.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. May I have a seconder, please? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion for approval and the conditions as mentioned there, community planning recommendation as well as urban forestry condition 1 and 2.
Thank you very much. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried and the application has been approved subject to the conditions as noted. So 126 Bathgate Drive has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 6 is 57B Orchard Park Drive, and there are no registered speakers on this matter. Can I please have the agent Imran Khan? Good morning, Imran.
And I'm the applicant and agent for the owner.
Okay, thank you, Imran. We have your application for 57B Orchard Park Drive. There is a condition that has been recommended by Urban Forestry. Have you had a chance to review it, and do you have any questions or concerns with that recommended condition?
Yeah, no, get that. And also, just for background information, this was a big lot, and we had severance and divided into 3 properties, right? And 2 properties already we have new houses. So there were several tree permit and injury application we submitted previously in Forestry Department. Also, there are 3 for cumulative adjustment application. Also, we had clearance on those. So this is an ongoing process, yeah. So we will discuss with the Forestry Department how we can take the clearance from the Forestry Department, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for that clarification. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Imran? Mr. Saeed, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very short question, Imran. I was just wondering about the height of the building. So could you just let me know what's the factor for this height?
This height, basically, we are proposing because we have flat roof, and the permitted is, if I mention in imperial scale, that is 23 feet 8 inches, but we are proposing 26 feet 10.5 inches. So it's almost 2 feet 10.5 inches higher than the permitted, and this came for the flat roof condition. Yeah.
Does that satisfy you, Mr. Saeed?
Because we have to, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Imran, for that explanation. If there are no further questions, can I please have a motion? This is application number 6, 57B Orchard Park Drive. Member Saeed, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am okay with both the variances. I believe the variance pertaining to FSI and building height, they are minor. Thank you for the justification provided by the applicant. I put forward motion for approval of this application, and I see there is a condition of urban forestry, condition number 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saeed. May I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, I second that motion to approve this minor variance subject to the urban forestry condition, and that's item 6, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All in favor of this motion? And the motion is carried, and the application for 57B Orchard Park Drive has been approved, subject to condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item, item number 7, 23 Milliken Boulevard, Unit B18. I note that there are registered speakers on this application, so we are going to hold down this item and come back to it in the main body. So item 7, 23 Milliken Boulevard, is being held for further discussion. Item number 8 is 5 Adams Park Gate. And there are no registered speakers. Can I please have the agent, Kelvin Lowe? Good morning, Kelvin. Good morning, Kelvin. Are you with us?
I'm here with you guys. Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to confirm that you were here. So, Kelvin, we have your application before us. This is for 5 Adams Park Gate and a straightforward minor variance application. Do you have any comment at this time?
No. If there's any question, I'm happy to address them.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Members of the committee, do you have any questions? I see none, all right. And there are no conditions, as I note. So if there are no questions or comments, can I please have a motion? This is 5 Adams Park Gate. Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm satisfied that the 2 variances requested meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval without conditions.
Thank you very much. May I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
I will second that motion
Thank you, Member
for
Macaulay.
approval.
All in favor of this motion? The motion's carried, and the application for 5 Adams Park Gate has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 9 is 43 Upton Road. There are no registered speakers. Can I please have the agent, Tay Riak? Hello, Tay, you with us?
Hi, how are you?
Very well, thank you very much. So Tay, we have your application before us for the minor variances. We have reviewed the application. Have you had a chance to review the community planning staff report and the recommendations, as well as the memo from Urban Forestry?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have no issues with the planning's comments or their conditions to be applied.
Okay.
And assuming you're referring to the forestry comments that were revised to October 6th, which reneged or retracted the previous recommendation for refusal.
That is correct. So we do have your, that is correct. We have that as well on the agenda, on our file here.
Okay. Okay. So we, as my client and myself, having reviewed those documents and those comments, we have no issues with those conditions whatsoever.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for confirming that. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Tay? I see none. All right. If there are no questions or comments, can I please have a motion? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Tay, for confirming that the issue pertaining to the urban forestry comments has been resolved. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item 9, subject to the conditions of community planning staff report.
Thank you very much. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will second that motion for approval.
Right, and all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried and the application has been approved for 43 Upton Road. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we go to item number 11. Item 11 is 15 Eastgate Crescent. There are no registered speakers, but we have the owner, Linda Neglia, on with us here. Neglia, Linda, are you with us?
I am.
Good morning, Linda. So we have your application for minor variance, straightforward application. Do you have any comment at this time?
I do not.
Okay, all right. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Linda? Okay, I don't see anyone. All right, if there are no questions, then can I please have a motion on this application? This is item 11, 15 Eastgate Crescent. Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pretty straightforward application. I am okay with the 4 variances requested there. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item 11, and I see there is no conditions attached to that.
Thank you, Member Said. May I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I second that motion to approve.
Right. Thank you, Member Gary. All in favor of this motion? Then the motion's carried and the application for 15 Eastgate Crescent has been approved.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. Item 12. I'm going to remove myself and Member Macaulay. You can say, you can deal with this item. I have a conflict.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 12 is 1665 to 1673 Kingston Road and 43 Birchcliff Avenue. Is the applicant available? Number 12 would be Robert Millward.
Through the chair, there are 2 registered speakers for this application.
Yes, are they both available?
Through the chair, typically, if there are speakers, we would hold you would hold down the item, and we have speakers registered for this. 2 speakers.
Okay, no problem. Then we will hold this item.
Thank you.
I was really just questioning whether the speakers had registered.
They have.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will hold this item and come back to it. Thank you. Madam Chair, come back.
Thank you very much, Member Macaulay, for that. So item 12 is being held for further discussion. Item 13 is 40 Gordonridge Place, and I do not see any registered speakers. So can we please have the agent, James King? Good morning, James.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. So, James, we have your application before us. There are conditions of urban forestry. Have you had a chance to review those, and do you have any questions on those?
Yes, we are aware of it that we have to remove some of the trees for this project. And we are going to apply for the tree permit through the arborist. And so we are aware of this situation.
Excellent. Thank you very much for confirming that. Members of the committee, do you have any questions of James right now? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. James, a very quick question. Actually, I just wanted to have a clarification or confirmation from you. Although there is a variance of parking spots and you are deficient by 10 parking spots, but is this the existing condition?
Yes, the existing parking space right now is at 460. So yes, this is existing condition. There is 460 parking spaces on the site.
Perfect. And this improvement is further going to improve the parking spot as well, right? It's going
Yes,
to
it's basically improving the accessibility upgrades. So we are providing accessible parking spaces in the exterior parking lot and also in the second basement underground parking lot. So it's basically this is being done to accommodate people with the mobility challenges.
Mohammed, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm satisfied with that. And the good thing is that this improvement is bringing further improvement in the parking spots. Thank you.
That is correct. Thank you very much. So on that note, if there are no further questions, can I please have a motion? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As James has clarified, that even the parking spots are going to be increased from 460 to 462. Understanding of urban forestry conditions is already acknowledged by the applicants. Madam Chair, I therefore put forward motion for approval of this application, subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you, Member Said. Then can I please have a seconder? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll second the motion to approve subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried and the application for 40 Gordonridge Place has been approved subject to condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now is item number 14 for 56 Boydwood Lane, and I do have a conflict on this item. So Member Macaulay, over to you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is the applicant available, Nadeem?
Madam Chair, my name is Nadeem Irfan, NIA Architects, 10 Milner Business Court, Suite 710, Scarborough, Ontario, M1B3C6.
Thank you. Have you received the report from Urban Forestry?
Yes, ma'am, I acknowledge it.
Thank you. There is no other speakers on this item. What is the wish of the committee? Do I have a motion? Member Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand there is no speaker on this application. I just wanted to put forward my concerns about the size of the platform, which is several times bigger than the allowed one. So with that concern, I leave it up to the committee. My concern is there because I believe this is not a minor variance.
Through the chair, if I think you should also give the agent 5 minutes to if they wish to do a presentation, or you can hold it.
We're the agenda. I understand that Member Said has an issue. On that basis, perhaps we should hold it until we have gone through the agenda. So for item 1456 Boydwood Lane, we will hold that item.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. So item 14 is being held for further discussion. We now move to item 15. Item 15 is 50 Dewey Drive, and there are no registered speakers, but we do have the owner, Abdullah Muhammad Gul. Abdullah, are you with us? Okay. Hello, Abdullah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Abdullah, we have your application before us for 50 Dewey Drive. Have you had a chance to look at the recommended conditions from Urban Forestry, and do you have any questions or concerns with those conditions?
No questions, but yes, I received it and I looked at it, and we have a plan to work as per the city plan and recommendation.
Excellent. Thank you very much for confirming that. Members of the committee, do you have any questions at this time for Abdullah? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. There is a huge spruce tree in the front yard that was identified. Are you able to preserve that tree?
We are working at this moment with a private company which is working with the forestry department. We are planning to find out what is the best option to save that tree.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Macaulay. Any further comments? I see none. All right. If there are no further comments or questions, may I please have a motion? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm satisfied that the variances requested meet the four tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval subject to urban forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Thank you very much. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion subject to urban forestry condition 1 and 2.
Thank you, Member Said. All in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved for 50 Dewey Drive, subject to conditions of urban forestry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Moving to the next item, item number 16. I note that there are neighbors who have registered to speak with us today. So this is item 16, 25 Nielsen Avenue. Registered speakers on this. I will hold down this item and come back to it in the main body. Item 16, 25 Nielsen Avenue is being held. Item number 17 is 22 Freeman Street, and I do not see registered speakers, but I do have the agent,
Russ
Russ
Gregory here.
Gregory. Good morning, Russ.
How are you today?
Good, thank you very much. So Russ, we have your application for minor variance. Have you had a chance to look at the recommended conditions from Urban Forestry?
Yes, they are very straightforward and we will take care of them.
Perfect, thank you very much. Members of the committee, do you have any questions at this time on this application? I see none, all right. If there are no comments or questions, oh, Member Gary, please go ahead.
No, I was just, well, I'm concerned about the height, seeking 8.84 meters. So perhaps you can tell us what type of roof and roof line it is.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have a section drawn through that building, and the rooftop is about a foot below the parapet that we've put on there. It was just to add some beef to the elevation where the fascia actually overhangs.
So the parapet is adding to the vertical height.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions or clarification? I don't see any. All right. If there are no further questions or comments, can I please have a motion? This is item 17 for 22 Freeman Street. Can I have a motion, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Right, Madam Chair, then I'll move approval of this particular application, subject to urban forestry condition number 1. I'm satisfied the tests are met.
Thank you very much. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
I will second that motion.
Member Macaulay seconds the motion. All in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved for 22 Freeman Street, subject to condition.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Item number 18 is 480 Islesworth Avenue. And there are no registered speakers. Can I please have Patrick McAuliffe as the agent? Good morning, Patrick.
Patrick McAuliffe. Well, good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Thank you, Patrick. We have your application before us for 480 Islesworth Avenue. And there is a condition from Urban Forestry. Have you had a chance to look at it? And do you have any questions on that?
Yes, we have.
And do you have no concerns with it?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, do you have any questions or concerns with this application? This is item 18. Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I have some concerns with this application, and I request that be held for discussion.
Okay, thank you. So Member Macaulay has some questions on this application, so we will hold down this item and come back to it in the main body. So Patrick, stay tuned. We will come back to this item.
Okay, thank you.
Item 18, 480 Islesworth Avenue is being held for further discussion. Item number 21 is 54 Flermac Road. However, there are registered speakers on this, so we will hold down this item and come back to it in the main body. So 54 Flermac Road is being held for further discussion. And last but not the least, item 22, which is 1207 Warden Avenue. Although there are no registered speakers, but the applicant has requested that this item be held and be discussed when the time comes for this application to be discussed. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the agenda, and we have completed the vetting. I will now recap the items on the agenda that have been either held or have been held for further discussion. So item 1, 59 Calsonia Avenue. Item 2, 87 CLIFFCREST Drive. Item 7, 23 Milliken Boulevard. Item 12, 1665 to 1673 Kingston Road. Item 16, 25 Nielsen Avenue. Item 18, 480 Alsworth Avenue. Item 21, 54 Flaremark Road. And item 22, 1207 Warden Avenue. I missed 14? Okay, I missed 14. Item 14 was also held, yes, because it was, I didn't share that, okay. So item 14 as well, and that was the 56 Boydwood Lane. Thank you. All right, we will start with discussing the first item on the agenda that has been held, and that is item number 1, 59 Calsonia Avenue. So all the registered neighbors and speakers, please find your place, and I will come to you in a few moments. So we'll start with the agent. Kulvinder Kaur is not there. Do we have Faisal, the agent? Faisal, are you with us?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, good morning, Faisal. So Faisal, we have your application
Good morning, Madam Chair.
for 59 Calsonia Avenue, minor variance application. The purpose of the application is to permit construction of a new 2-story detached dwelling with an integral garage. And we have before us 4 variances that you have requested. Would you like to make a presentation or dive into the questions directly?
Madam Chair, I'd like to have a quick presentation, just to give you a quick summary.
Sure, no problem. So, Faisal, you have 5 minutes. Your time starts now. Please go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee. Just a quick recap. We applied this in January. We had the hearing in January this year, and it was deferred because of a number of objections, and the committee expected the owner to communicate more with the neighbors. Basically, at that time, the owner was stuck in another country, the COVID situation, and it was deferred. During this time period, we communicated with the owner, communicated with the neighbors, as many neighbors as possible, and also we communicated with the community planning. So that time we had 8 variances. Now we reduced the variances to 4 to make it more acceptable to the neighbors, especially, and also the community. And after we applied with these 4 variances, when the owner went out and spoke to the neighbors, and a few neighbors had objection about the height, main building height. So to respect their concern, we again reduced the main wall, front wall building height from 8.50 to 7.80. Even our total building height is not a variance. We are within the limit of 9 meters still, because they had concern about the shadow. So practically the shadow will affect for the whole building, not only the front wall, but still to respect their concern, we reduced from 8.33 to 7.8. And mostly all of them, like whoever we spoke to the neighbor, mostly they have only one concern about this height. So we tried our best to accommodate that. We couldn't come down to 7 meters. We just only over 0.8 meter. And and also you can see that we have the variances for FSI is only 0.54 more than the limit. And as I said, and only the building length is 0.5 meter more than the limit. And we have only one balcony that is more 1.6, only 1.6 square meter more than the limit. So to us, these variances are really minor, and we'd like to request the committee to consider all these 4 variances as minor, and this time to approve our application because we have been waited for so long. We tried our best. We communicated with the neighbors. We communicated with the community planning. We reduced as much as possible. We made a lot of changes in the design to satisfy the neighbors. Sorry, committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that explanation, Faisal. Can I please open the floor for comments or questions from the committee members? So committee, do you have any questions? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Faisal, for your comments. Can you be a little bit clearer about what neighbors your client spoke to and when? Because we have received a fair number of letters saying that there has been no consultation.
Thank you, Madam. I don't know if anybody said there is no consultation. Maybe the owner couldn't spoke to them particularly, specifically those neighbors, but he went out to many people, and also he had some. We submitted a support letter, and I cannot tell you the names exactly because I'm sorry I don't. Yeah, but I personally spoke one of the neighbors. His name is Mr. Parvez, and I spoke to him because I got his contact number somehow, and I spoke to him, and he mentioned that they are only concerned about the main building wall. So they have no other objection about the other variances. They only concerned about the shadow for the main wall height, and if we can reduce that, they'll be very happy. So after talking to him, I spoke to the owner and we discussed and we reduced the main wall height. Again, even the total building height is not a variance. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I see that we have a number of neighbors who wish to speak.
Okay, all right. So let's go. Member Said, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment and a question from Faisal. Comment could be, I appreciate your efforts making since January when this committee deferred this request and the number of variants has been reduced from 8 to 4. I remember the main concern of the neighbors were the height of the building as well as the height of the walls. You have reduced the height of the walls and also the roof. Yes, the height remained the same, like you are within the height, but previously it was a flat roof and now it's a sloped roof, I understand. So with that changes, as my other committee member was asking you, have you changed these, and do you think the reaction or the neighbors are more satisfied with these changes in the height and the shape of the roof?
Yes, Farsight. Thank you very much for the question. Yes, I mean, because the flat roof, when we had the flat roof, considering the limit of the flat roof, the variance was a little bit high. So that's why we reduced, I mean, we eliminated that variance. So because I remember that the neighbors had concern and objections about the number of variances and the height mostly. So that's why we focus on that so that they don't have reduce the number of variances, reduce the number of, reduce the extent of variances so that they get like more, they get happy, on us that we are respecting their concerns. We are not ignoring their. So I believe, yes, they are definitely, they're happier than before because the reduction of the variance. Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. We do have a list of speakers, so I would request the committee members to sort of park your questions if you have any, unless it's a burning question, and then we'll come back to it after the speakers. Okay, so let's proceed. So our first neighbor who has registered Member of Cliffside Neighbors Association number 1, David Harker. Good morning, David. You with us?
Hello, I'm here, yes.
Okay. And would you be on video or would you rather not be on video?
I could be on video, but we have slides that are
That's okay. I just was checking because on my list you had indicated that you would be on video. So I just want to give you the opportunity to confirm that. Okay.
confirmed.
Okay. All right. So carry on, please.
Oh yeah, and we'll be handing it over to other. I hope it's batched up here to click into Anushka and then Bryson after me. So I will for the tech people. I hope you've got that ready to go. So, all right, let me know. Are we ready to start here?
Yes. So the
Okay.
slideshow or the presentation is on the screen
Perfect.
right now,
Yep, I see
and
it.
you have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I live at my name is David Harker, and I live at 58 Calsonia, directly across the street from 59 Calsonia. I presented to this committee in January opposing the application, and I remain in opposition of this application as the variance requested remain not minor and are still not in character with the neighborhood and are still not desirable. I and other speakers are associate members of the CLIFFCREST Scarborough Village Residents Association. We would like to acknowledge their support in understanding this revised variance application. And just before I get into, and I would also like to note that the application for variances has errors and omissions that go beyond the main objections that we will speak to today. That includes the wall height, the roof height, and the building lengths do not address the proper bylaw subsections, and the gross floor area is calculated incorrectly and higher than they've stated. But we, the community, have 4 key objections with this application: the wall height variance, the requested balcony variance, and the fact that the applicant did not consult with us, the neighbors who spoke to the committee in January, and the fact that the applicant omitted a required roof height variance from the waiver entirely. So can I have slide 2, please? In addressing the proposed variances, we believe it is important to understand the history of the application. The first application received strong opposition from the community, especially for the height request that facilitated 2 stories above a ground floor garage. After the applicant presented a confusing list of changes at the time, they were told not to show up with last-minute revisions, and they did not do it this time, which is good. Slide 3, please. They were advised to make further reductions. The chair told them to go back to the community for consultation, and Member Macaulay recommended they review the drawings with the community planning to make sure the variances were caught. Next slide, please. So what did the applicant do? While the agent claims to have consulted with some people in the neighborhood, they did not contact anyone residing on our street or the street that backs onto the property. They did reduce a few variances, but they made the facade even bigger and asked for a larger wall height variance so they could keep the 2 stories above the garage. The specific feature the community objects to because it looks like a 3-story building and is not in character with the neighborhood. On the left is the January 13th proposal the committee was not going to approve. On the right is the proposal they have returned with. Instead of asking for a height variance for a flat roof, they are now asking for a 1.3 meter wall height variance with roof above. What is even more disappointing is that the slope of the roof proposed is 8:1, which means it is still a shallow flat roof and therefore should have a maximum height of 7.2 as opposed to 9 meters as indicated on the bylaw on the drawing. The bylaw subsection 10/2040/10 is lays out where a flat roof, but the difference between a flat roof and a shallow roof and a sloped roof, which they have not addressed. The variance requirement was left off the application zoning waiver, and the proposal in front of you would not qualify for a building permit. Before I pass on to my neighbor Anushka to continue with the presentation, I would like to speak to 2 letters of support that were loaded onto the application center as part of the consultation described by the agent. The first is a letter of support from the new owner of 61 Calsonia next door. The prior owners presented as part of this community presentation in January. The owners at that time were Steve and Jeanette, and they were planning to build a home for them and their family, which is now under construction. They were concerned enough about this development that they ultimately decided it made our neighborhood undesirable for their family and sold their house to the individual who signed the letter of support that you have. A quick Google search shows that that individual owns a construction company We have not been we, the neighbors on the street, have not been contacted by this owner and do not know if their interests are aligned with the majority of our community. The second is a petition signed by 7 individuals from other parts of the district. One of the individuals who signed the letter has the same name as the person listed as the owner of 59 Calsonia. Another of the individuals who signed lives almost 1 kilometer away. So none of the individuals who have signed in support of the applicant live on Calsonia and therefore will not be impacted by this build in the same way that we, the neighbors on the street, will be. So we continue to invite the applicant to speak with members of we continue to invite the applicant to speak with members of the community. Many on the street have built homes or completed major renovations. We're not opposed to development. We would just like to ensure that it meets the 4 tests. And can we have slide 5? And I will pass it on to my neighbor Anushka to continue with the discussion.
Thank you very much, David, for your submission today. Just want to clarify, not just for this application, but generally, when an applicant submits an application and signs a waiver, they take complete responsibility for the accuracy or the inaccuracies in the variances. So yes, and none of us are experts here in the zoning bylaw interpretation and zoning bylaws, right? So when I say they take responsibility is that once the decision's made by the committee, and should those variances not be accurate, they get caught at the building permit stage, when in actuality the zoning staff look at those applications and building permit applications. So they then get caught at that stage. So this is why our instructions are to receive the application and review the applications based on what has been submitted. So I would just sort of as a reminder to everyone, yes, it may not appear to be accurate, but we can't contest that because none of us are experts here. And that's why I say the applicant takes full responsibility, and if it is indeed inaccurate, it will get caught at the building permit stage. For example, you mentioned that the height variance was removed or removed. That is a responsibility. That's something that's coming from the applicant. If it indeed is required, they will be caught at the building permit stage. Okay? Regardless of what committee makes a decision on today.
Am I on mute?
You know, you're not mute.
Or can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, all right. Well, thank you. We just wanted to, but yes, I guess we're pointing out we're not. Yes, for sure, we're not contesting the specific. We're not contesting the specific. Well, if you give a but if they were to, I guess you're right. It's beyond the scope of this committee, and it's fairly complicated. But if they were to then get these variances, they could then present, without them having been really reviewed, they could present them to the building permit. I guess I don't know what the building permit is going to do and say, oh, they shouldn't have got this variance. If they get the variance from you guys now, does that then, can they then use that at the building permit department to then, if they had something inaccurate, right? Like I'm not debating it. I'm not trying to debate it. I'm just saying that it's important to, that they wouldn't be granted variances if they could then use them at the building permit stage to, for things that they hadn't properly addressed, if you know what I mean. Like, for example, here, the height variance.
Yeah, I understand that completely.
Okay.
And that's always something, that we grapple with it as well. But our instructions are, as a committee, that what is presented to us, if it is indeed inaccurate, for example, in this case, the height, if the applicant has submitted an inaccurate variance, or has interpreted it differently, which is incorrect or inaccurate, and at the building permit stage, when the zoning staff review it, they could deem it void because it's not accurate, right? So then the committee's decision for that particular variance becomes null and void because it is not true at that point. So this is why the applicants, when they submit these applications, if they are not going through a zoning review process, they have to sign a waiver that they take complete responsibility of the variances that they are presenting. And perhaps staff can also highlight that and clarify that. Colin?
Through the chair, just to clarify, once the committee makes a decision and it's final and binding, it always remains on title, regardless of whether future ownership changes. The one thing though is that there is a more detailed zoning review at the building permit stage by the zoning examiner. If the determination is made that the proposal does not comply, then a building permit will not be granted.
That is
And the applicant has the option, two options. One, either comply with the approved minor variance, or option two is make a new application to Committee of Adjustment.
Or even the third option, Colin, is they could actually comply with the requirements under the zoning bylaw, not a minor variance. So for example, if they are interpreting this as a flat roof building, right, and at the building permit stage, it is not interpreted as a flat roof, it is interpreted as a pitched roof or your traditional roof building, then they would have to comply with the requirements of that type of roof or the building height at that time. So there's always, there will be a check and balance at the building permit stage. As Colin mentioned, there will be a very detailed and a comprehensive review of the zoning at that stage. And if there are inaccuracies, those will be dealt with at the time. Okay? All right, thank you very much. I think we had some good conversation on this one.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to our next speaker, Anushka. Anushka, you with us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Anushka.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Chair. Thanks, David, for passing this on. So good morning, everyone. My name's Anushka, and I live at 72 Glenridge Road, which is kitty-corner to the proposed site, and I share my backyard with 59 Calsonia. I greatly oppose this application as it is not minor, not in character with the neighborhood, and not desirable. First, I want to focus on the 1.33 meter wall height variance. Just for a moment, focus on the two people placed in the scale in the illustration. Even the 7-meter height dwarfs passerbys. The additional height is a 19% increase, which is clearly noticeable, not minor and inappropriate. The variance facility is creating 2 stories above a ground level garage, which is not consistent with the general intent and purpose of city zoning code, and therefore also fails this test and must be refused. If you go to slide number 6, please. On this slide, you will see 3 versions of the proposed house displayed. The 2 on the left are compliant with bylaws. The house on the bottom left, a flat roof house, has a max height of 7.2 meters. The house on the top left is a sloped roof with a maximum wall height of 7 meters and a maximum roof height of 9 meters. What is important to note here is the compliant house on the left shows a slope of 4:1. Anything shallower than that is considered a flat or shallow roof cannot exceed 7.2 meters in height as per zoning bylaw 10.20.40.10 height. On the right, you will see the applicant's proposal, but the non-flat sloped portion is 8:1. It is too shallow to be considered a slope roof and therefore cannot exceed 7.2 meters in height. The applicant's proposed 9-meter roof height requires a variance of 1.8 meters, which is egregious and not minor. Perhaps this is why it was left out the zoning waiver. CM Designers knows this bylaw requirement. They have submitted many previous drawings, such as the drawings for 18 McCowan Road, presented at COA on November 17, 2021, where they include a sloped indication and a roof area calculation to demonstrate the home qualifies as a sloped roof. Yet in their 19th May letter to Katrine Darling, a CM Designers informed that they had eliminated the flat or shallow roof variance. They left the slope indications off the submitted drawings and left the required variance off their zoning waiver, even after Member Macaulay had advised them to review the drawings with the planning committee not to miss any variances. Our community experience with CM Designers in January was very frustrating as they showed up at COA pleading for variances because they have eliminated or compromised on a few. We remain frustrated and hope the committee will request an explanation for ongoing changes. As it is, the wall height variance is not minor, the missing roof height variance is not minor, and the building cannot be issued a building permit. We think it's pretty clear it should be refused. Can we have slide 7, please? The applicant may try to argue that technically this is not a 3-story, and clever placing of the front entrance may allow this to be true, even if you can count the 3 stories yourself. What is also true is that the requested height variance is not minor in how it manifests as a 3-story appearance, and without the variance, there would not be 3 floors. The variance is being used to skirt the intent of the bylaws, and it creates an undesirable effect and should be refused. My neighbor Bryson will continue from here.
Thank you, Anushka. Members of the committee, do you have any comments for Anushka? I see none. Okay, thank you. Let's go to our next speaker, Bryson Dodge, please.
Hi there. Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you very well, Bryson, and you have 5 minutes, sir. Please go ahead.
Very good. Thank you very much. And good morning, committee. My name is Bryson Dodge. I live at 65 Calsonia, which is 3 doors down from 59 Calsonia. Like my neighbor David, I presented to this committee in January opposing the requested variances. My wife and I built our house in 2019. As a part of that process, we met with the neighbors to review our plans and get their feedback. Not only was it great to meet the neighbors, all of whom are now friends, but allowed us an opportunity to ensure that we were building something that was desirable and fit with the character of the community. Before I speak to my slides, I'd like to let the committee know a little bit about our street. Last winter, during one of the heaviest snowfalls in recent history, myself and other neighbors were up until 2 a.m. digging out the driveways of our elderly neighbors. This is a neighborhood and a community that exchanges gifts during the holidays. We participate in a community street festival in the summer. We raise money for charities. We are an inclusive and a diverse community with a very strong sense of respect. This development has caused a lot of anxiety in our community, evidenced by young families moving out. Had the applicant approached the community with their plans, I'm entirely confident that we wouldn't be here today. However, they did not consult with the community, and so here we are, again. I think this slide is self-evident. The roof is so shallow, it won't be seen from the street. As Anushka mentioned, the applicant's proposed 9-meter roof height requires a variance of 1.8 meters, but was left off of the zoning waiver. Regardless of whether or not this would have been caught in the building department's review, it speaks to the applicant's preparedness to deliver a house that respects the community. Slide 8, please. These types of variances are making our community undesirable for young families. These variances only serve to allow developers to build larger and larger investment properties, inflating housing prices and making it such that young families cannot afford to live in our community. As David mentioned, our former neighbors Steve and Jeanette decided that they didn't want to raise their young family next to this development. Furthermore, our neighbors Sam and Christine, who live across the street from 59 Calsonia, also moved their young family out. The committee may recall that Sam participated in the January committee meeting as a concerned member of this community. He noted that the oversized front balcony on the front invaded the privacy of himself, his family, and his 3 little girls. We know that that oversized balcony remains. Slide 9, please. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the 24 neighbors who signed letters against the approval of the requested variances. Those houses are shown in red on this slide. The homes that did not sign the petition were homes that were unable to be reached, shown on this slide in gray. There was not one neighbor that I spoke to who was supportive of this development. Why do we believe these variances are not desirable? Next slide, please. So far, the new developments have respected the character set by some of the earlier 2-story homes with nicely detailed peaked roofs and brick and stone facade. The variation has prevented a flat street wall development that often comes with flat roof homes. There are no flat roof homes or homes with 2 stories above the garage on Calsonia. This should be obvious to any developer who cares about reinforcing the existing charm and character of this street. When respect for the neighborhood is not present, it is not surprising so many neighbors feel these variances are not desirable. Why? Next slide, please. Because there is nothing like this on the street. This box typifies the investment development approach, pushing the envelope of variances to maximize rentable space inside and investment benefit to the detriment of neighbors and the neighborhood. Why should developers get the benefit of major variances when they are not enhancing or being sensitive to the community? Of the 4 requested variances, the wall height is not minor, but none of the variances are needed or even have been justified. Just as my wife and I were, and others in our community have been, this builder is completely capable of building a large home within the bylaws. The roof height variance, which was not disclosed, is also not minor. It is concerning as to why it is omitted from the waiver in the first place. There might be less objection to a design that suited the street and which had a few variances that were actually minor in nature. We, the community, are disappointed that it has come to this. We have made ourselves available to the applicant. They know who we are. They know where we live. We would have welcomed an opportunity to speak with them about their plans. However, they've shown no interest in being a part of this community. Because this proposal is not in character and is not desirable, The petitioning neighbors ask that you reject the application entirely. My neighbor Ron will conclude our presentation.
Thank you very much, Bryson. Before you leave, I have a question, just out of curiosity. With the new builds, like the demo and the rebuilds, including yours that have been built on in this neighborhood or in this street, what's the approximate size of those new houses, like in terms of square footage? Do you have any idea?
So I had, yeah, so my wife and I, when we built in 2019, we had instructions to our architect not to have a single variance. We actually ended up having a gross floor area variance because we have an open concept foyer, and the zoning bylaw sought that open concept should be included in the gross floor area. And so that was our variance. And in my mind, that is the spirit of what the variances are required for. If there's some kind of a minor requirement that was missed, or if the design of your house is not able to accommodate it, that is what I believe the spirit of these applications are for, not so that you can have.
Understood. No, my question was, I'm sorry to interrupt you. My question was, generally, I want to see if the change is occurring in the neighborhood as the pictures, some of the pictures do show that. I'm just interested to know what sort of the size of those houses. Are they within the permissions, or like, what's the range? 2,000 square foot homes or 4,000 square foot homes? Like, what's the range here?
About 3,000 square foot homes.
3,000, okay.
Steve and Jeanette, when they were going through their development for 61, and again, Steve and Jeanette, they sold their house because of this development, but when they were going through, they did not have a height variance.
No, I'm talking about the square footage. I think you've answered my question, Bryson. Thank you very much. Don't worry about it. Okay, thank you. All right. Committee members, any questions? Okay. Member Said, please go ahead. We still have two more speakers to go, but go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a very short question. As Mr. Dodge, you were mentioning in your presentation that in this street there is no home which is have a two-story over the garage with the flat roof. Yes, I was just checking the street map, Google Street Map, and I do find there are one or two houses there which are not a flat roof, but they are very similar to which is proposed over here. Like the difference between the pitched roof and the flat roof is very minimal.
Do you know the address, Mr. Said?
Yeah, do you have the address?
I won't be able to get the address, but I was just moving in the Calsonia Street, and I found there are two houses. These are new built, two-story buildings, white home, and their roof are very similar to the proposed one.
Sorry, this is on Calsonia?
Yes, it's on Calsonia Avenue. If we look at the street map there.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm familiar with the street. I'm looking up and down kind of the street view. I see 33 Calsonia, which has a gentle slope, but the roof is still evident. Continuing to roll up Google Maps. A lot of pitched roofs.
This one. Just look at this. Yes. Yeah.
Yep. So I would interpret that not as a flat roof.
It's a pitched roof, but the difference is very minimal.
Yeah, and I think that's where I was trying to go with, is that, when we get to a pitched roof versus a flat roof and the way the calculations are made, I think we should kind of leave it to the experts to do that. I do agree with you, Mr. Said, that it is quite close in terms of proportion and scale, but when it comes to like really interpreting whether it is indeed a flat roof or a pitched roof, I would leave it to the experts and to the variances itself. Yeah, but on paper or in picture, it does look quite similar. But again, we don't know how that was interpreted or what kind of built form that was interpreted as.
So we did on slide number 7, there is a rendition of what the house would view from the street. So on slide 7, you'll see what the house would view, and you wouldn't be able to see the roof.
Right, but again, these are graphics that you've prepared and put together, so those are good for visuals, but again, when it comes to hardcore bylaw, we really have to look at the specifics, right? So I appreciate that. I appreciate these visuals. They're certainly helpful, but as I said, these are very technical matters, and then, you know, there's a lot of technicalities in these things. Member Macaulay.
Just as a general comment, when I'm looking at other houses on a street with regard to height and the number of stories, this is not accurate according to the zoning bylaw, but to me, if you can count the garage as 1 story, you see a window above the garage as a 2nd story, and then a window above that 2nd story, I interpret that in a layman's way as 3 stories. And I don't see anything that street view was showing that showed 2 stories above the garage. So that's a general comment when I'm looking at what is the character of the street and its appearance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Macaulay, for that comment. I guess we'll have to carry on because we do have 2 more speakers on this. So let's hear them out and then we can come back for discussion. So our next speaker, Ron Dahmer. Hello, Ron. Oh, yes, Ron. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
So good morning, Ron. You have 5 minutes, sir. And you would like to use that same slideshow?
I would like slide 6, please.
Slide 6, please. 6. Okay, so it is on the screen now. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. All right, I'm Ron Dahmer. I live at 76 Calsonia Avenue. I live across the street and 4 houses down. I've lived in the area for 31 years. In the 31 years, I've seen a lot of new additions and house builds. And pretty well everyone that's doing anything around my area anyway is usually come to us, and we've talked about any variations, Bryson being one of them. After discussions and compromises, we've come to the conclusion and we basically supported all of the requests that they wanted. So as that goes, I'd like to say I greatly oppose this application. It's not minor, not in character with the neighborhood, and not desirable. As we've said before, the committee has 4 key objections. One is the height variance, the balcony variance, and the fact the application did not consult with the neighbors, the fact that the applicant omitted a required height variance from the waiver entirely. I'm sure the applicant will undoubtedly claim that they've reduced many variances, which they have, in the community. However, compromise is not one of the 4 tests. They could start with 20 variants and end up with 1, but if it's not minor and it's not desirable, then it should be rejected. And this is the case with the height variance. Furthermore, the applicant has not been in touch with anyone that I know of, and I talk to my neighbors on a regular basis. And they could have emailed them from the objections from the last application that went through. So therefore, that as far as as we said before, there's only one person that like basically supported it, and they are a builder, and the one was behind who actually had the same last name. The roof height is really a deception when you look at it, and they should know better. I think our presentation is pretty self-evident, and I wouldn't want to add anything further, but I am looking to hear an explanation from the applicant as to why they did not include the roof height variance in the zoning waiver, as this is a concerning incident and needs to be monitored on their other applications. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ron, for your time. Any questions for Ron? Okay, I see none. Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next speaker, Karen Matz. Oh, Karen, staff has advised that you are not online, so we will proceed with the applicant now. So Faisal, you have
Yes, Madam Chair.
Faisal, you have 5 minutes to respond to the concerns that have been raised by the speakers. As I can kind of just recap, they have concerns with the height, and I think we'd had a quite lengthy discussion and feedback on height. And then, of course, the balcony. And I'm also curious to know that there's been quite a few speakers who've mentioned that there had been no consultation. So if you can expand on those 3 particular items, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to address first Mr. David Hart. Anyway, we're not proposing 1.33 meter more than the limit. We are proposing only 0.8 meter. As we explained at the beginning, that we have reduced the main building height, front wall height, and he had a concern about the flat roof ratio, flat versus slope roof ratio. We know that, and we'll definitely, as Madam Chair explained, that if we do anything wrong here, definitely it will be reviewed again. That will be addressed and notified. So don't worry about that. This is a slope roof. We maintain the percentage of flat roof versus slope. So we didn't propose a flat. It looks like a little bit more slope, like flat to you, but it's not. It is a flat slope roof. And Anushka, I'd like to request the committee to expand this type of sort of objectionable and unacceptable comments that Anushka made about CM designers and engineers. Trust me, we know very well, and it's not a drug dealing company. It's engineering, architectural and engineering company. We exposed to everywhere. We know what we're doing, and we do very fairly. So please, in future, in the committee, in public, don't make a comment like this about any company. This is very personal and unacceptable. This comment should be expanded, and that's why I'm not answering anything about what I said. I'm not willing to answer what he said, and those are to us. It is not bad anyway. So, and Mr. Brayson, I'd like to address his comments again. The same is we are proposing 0.8 meter, not 0.133 meter. And he mentioned about the objections of the number of neighbors. I understand. And when the owner spoke to many of the neighbors, I don't know all of the neighbors that the owner spoke to. Many of them didn't know that what they signed for. So it happens. We have seen previously in the community that many people sign the objection because of the request of the neighbors. They just sign the objection even they don't know what they're signing for. Same thing happened here too. I understand that a lot of people signed for the objection, but again, a lot of the owner spoke to a lot of neighbors, many neighbors. They didn't sign the support letter, but they didn't object either. So, and also we understand that this is not, we all understand that Brayson mentioned about 3-story, about the mezzanine floor, but this is not a 3-story at all. This is not a variance. This is just a design that we have a window and we have a mezzanine floor. We try to use the floor space above the garage to reduce the lot coverage. So, and on paper, this is not a 3-story. It may look like, and in Scarborough, in Toronto, there are thousands of houses now, and in last few years, you can see the similar design that people are using the space above the garage and to reduce the lot coverage, to reduce the variance. So I think we are allowed to do that. And again, Mr. Ron, you also mentioned about nobody consulted with the neighbors, which is not right. Most probably you don't know that whom the owner consulted, which neighbors they went to. And other thing is, they went to knock almost every door. And if you don't open your door, you cannot break in and talk to you, right? So that happened with many neighbors. They knocked the door, but many people, they didn't open the door. So that's why they couldn't speak to them. But this time, they really tried their best to communicate with the neighbors, to explain them. They went door to door with the drawings and with the notice and list of variances. They tried their best. I think nobody can do more than this. It's not possible because, if you don't open your door, then I talk to you. Now, if I go to the variances, and also, Ron, I don't know if you know any definition, a specific definition of what is minor variance and what is major variance. Please let us know if you know the definition. I don't know how you say these are not minor. So to us, this is minor variance. And because if you look at the...
Faisal, Faisal, I'm sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you, but your time is up, so you may want to just close your remarks,
Madam
please.
Chair, I'll take only 30 seconds.
Sure.
So, but still, respecting the objections of the neighbors, we'd like to eliminate variance number 1, which is FSI. Instead of 0.54, we'll eliminate, we'll make it 0.5. And also we'll eliminate the balcony variance. We'll make it 4 square meter. We'll eliminate the variance. So now our proposed variance is only 2, which is height, the main building wall height, which is already reduced, 7.8 meter, and the building length, 17.5. But I know it will be reduced, but I don't want to mention this now. But we'll stick with 2 variances. One is the main building wall height and the building length.
Okay,
I
so-
don't know what else we have to do.
Yeah.
And we tried our best. It looks like with the objection that we cannot even apply for any variances. But this is our 2 cents. We tried our best. I hope that this time the committee will please consider this. We've been waiting for so long, and we have been reducing everything as much as we can. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Faisal, for your time. So again, I would like to confirm with you, so we have the notice before us. Eric, do you mind just enlarging it a bit, just a little bit more? Thank you. So I just want to recap what you've noted here. So variance number 1, you are eliminating variance number 1?
Yes, Madam Chair, the FSI.
Perfect, okay. Okay, just one at a time. So I can confirm on the screen that variance number 1 in terms of the size of the building has been removed. So variance number 1 has been withdrawn or removed. Variance number 2 remains as is?
Yes, Madam Chair, 7.8 meters.
Okay, so variance number 2 reduced main wall height to 7.8 meters. That remains. Variance number 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Remains.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Variance number 3 remains, and variance number 4 for the platform.
Would like to eliminate it.
You would like to eliminate it. You will still have a platform, but it would meet the required zoning bylaw.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I can confirm variance 1 and 4 have been withdrawn by the applicant, and variance 2 and 3 remain. I think that is a substantial reduction and a change to the application. All right, thank you very much, Faisal. Members of the committee, do you have any questions of Faisal? Member Macaulay.
Thank you. I have a comment here. I'm still trying to process this application and the revisions. And Faisal, I certainly appreciate the changes that you're proposing. The other comment I have, Faisal, is you have the Committee of Adjustment. And often there is a comment from the committee or from the members in the community that they're asking for community consultation. You have been very careful this time round to say that, yes, there is community consultation, but that was with the owner, and we're not able to ask the owner who he consulted with, how or when. So it's causing a bit of a problem that the applicant as an engineering company is saying They had consultation with the community based on their information from the owner. It really is not fair to you that you're holding up consultation or the knowledge of the community consultation because it was the owner who did or did not do it. It's just a comment. I find that the applicants are often I won't say often, applicants are reputable, but they're put in a difficult position here when the owner does or does not consult. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a comment only.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Macaulay, for this comment. Yes, I agree with you. However, the predicament I'm in is that public consultation is always encouraged. This was the application that was deferred on the premises that there will be community consultation. But I don't think there are any guidelines or parameters in terms of how community consultation needs to be led or has to be led. It's up to the owner or the applicant to decide that and do as best as they can, apply best efforts in that case. I just want to remind all of us here, including all the speakers, that we are assessing the application based on the merits of the application. Consultation is a part of it. It does not really, the decision of the committee doesn't depend on community consultation or how it was led. It's always good. Don't take me wrong. It's always encouraged. It's always preferred. It's always good to have that part done and taken care of. How it happens, who does it, that's beyond the scope of our discussion here. But I'm glad you raised that comment as well, Member Macaulay, but I would request the committee to focus on the application that has been amended today. We heard some really good points, and I think I appreciate the applicant did hear those concerns and has further improved this application. So what is left are two variances that are before us. One is the height of the main wall, whether it would be interpreted or deemed as a sloped roof building or a flat roof building, that we would leave to the experts at the building permit stage. Based on what is being presented, the applicant is confirming that it is a sloped roof building, and they are requesting for a main wall height reduction or variance for a 7.8 meters. That's number one, and number two is the length of the building. Those are the two variances before us. I'll take the matter into committee now. I will provide my 2 cents here. This is a minor variance application now. This is, the request for the main wall height is of 0.53 meters and the building length of 0.5 meters. And I think one of the speakers did mention that it's for these minor variances that this process needs to be worked through, and I think this is now minor in nature, in my opinion. Committee members, comments, questions? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment on that. I really appreciate Faisal's efforts. Faisal, I do acknowledge you have reduced the numbers of the variances, but sometimes the quantity could be reduced, but I am also looking towards the impact of the variances which are still there. And if I carefully, and if I'm correct, while listening to the neighbors, there were 2 variances which they were discussing, and the impact of that was very significant. And those 2 variances are still there. The height or the nature of the roof and all that, maybe it could be caught at the next stage, but let's talk about the impact of these 2 variances. If I look into the street map and we see the nature of the builds there, the character of the street, we could not find any house which have 2 stories over the garage. It's not a 3-story, I do agree, but it looked like a 3-story building, which is not a common, which is not existing in the entire street. So the outlook or the impact of this kind of build, maybe that is causing some kind of discomfort among the neighbors there because they haven't seen this thing, and it is going to set up a new precedent there. So this is just my comment. I was just thinking, I wish there would have been some chances to not only to look the number of the variances, but the impact and to change the outlook of that build. So that's just my comments.
So, Member Said, I just want to clarify for the benefit of all of us and all those listening into this. There is permissions to build above the garage. There's nothing in the bylaw, at least to my understanding, that limits or restricts building over the garage. Yes, it may be a new built form for the street or the neighborhood, but it is indeed permitted. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, so yes, it may change the character, but it is as of right permitted there. In your opinion, do you still have a concern or problem with the main wall height of 0.53 meters, which if I change it to imperial is approximately 1.5 feet? So you feel that there's a significant impact of 1.5 feet taller main wall height?
I agree with you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this number, as far as the number is concerned, it's minor.
It is minor. No, I'm asking you for your opinion. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just asking you. So you think 1.5 feet would make a difference, or it's acceptable or satisfied or satisfactory?
It's acceptable. It's
okay.
acceptable.
Okay. And then the same with the building length. I think it's another 0.5. So you're looking at 1.5 feet again, approximately. Okay. Any further comments? Member Macaulay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm having some difficulty with this application. I appreciate that it has changed, and that makes it even harder for us to evaluate it, especially given the concerns of the community. Obviously, by changing the gross floor area or the floor space index, that the house that is going to be built is no longer has the appearance of the house that we are looking at. And it's difficult to say if the gross floor area is in keeping with the existing, it moves back down to 279 meters squared from 327. What is that impact on the overall mass of the building and its appearance? The building height, I think, has been reduced. I'm going to leave that building height at 7.8 meters as a main wall height. It will be something that needs to be determined by the building examiners. I think it's appropriate, but my concern really is we no longer can determine whether this building is in character with the new builds on that street or not, because we don't have that information anymore. However, I'm inclined to acknowledge the changes that the applicant has made, and I'm encouraged by the changes that the applicant has made. And therefore, I'm in a position to support this application.
Okay. Thank you, Member Macaulay. That came out a little sideways, but I'm happy to hear that. Any further comments? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I think, we're down to 2 variances now. Building length, I don't think we have an issue with. It's only 0.5 meter longer than permitted. The wall height is still sort of in our minds as being an issue. It was certainly identified by the neighbors. But I'm really influenced by the fact that the overall height of the building is not offended, does not require a bylaw variance. So, yeah, I'm much more comfortable with the fact that, 0.53 meters has been reduced from the sidewall height, and yeah, I can support the application as well now.
Okay, thank you, Member Taylor. And I think we've had some good discussion and comments now, and I think I would like to have a variance at a motion at this point now. So, members of the committee, motion, please. Oh, and just checking if there were any conditions.
Through the chair, there are none.
There are none, thank you.
So should the application either be approved or denied, it would be as amended.
Correct. So, Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we have downsized only with 2 variances, and I'm okay with 2 variances. The 2 variances are minor. Madam Chair, I therefore put forward motion for approval of item number 1 as amended, and there are no conditions.
Thank you, and may I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, go ahead, please.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Member Macaulay seconds the motion, and all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried and the application as amended has been approved. Thank you. Let's go to item number 2. Item number 2 is 87 CLIFFCREST Drive. And can I please have the agent, Peter Jerusik? Oh, sorry.
Through the chair, can we confirm whether on the previous item whether Member McKay voted on that application?
Member McKay, can you please confirm that?
Actually, I voted not to support that motion.
Ah, okay. My apologies. I missed it. My apologies for that.
I left my hand down and then so it didn't go up, and yeah, thank you.
Okay, so for item number 1, Member McKay did not vote in favor of the motion. Thank you, staff, for catching that. So I hope you've recorded that. And my apologies, Mr. McKay, I kind of missed that seeing on the screen.
No problem.
Okay. Sometimes it's difficult to go back between screens and paper. Thank you. Okay, so item number 2, can we have Peter Jerusik, please? Okay, thank you. Peter, you're with us?
Good morning, committee. How are you?
Good
yes,
morning.
I'm here now. Good morning, committee.
Good morning. Almost good afternoon, but I'm glad we made it in the morning. So 87 CLIFFCREST Drive is the application before us. And Mr. Jerusik, do you wish to make a presentation or go right into speakers and questions?
I'll do a short presentation.
Okay. So you have 5 minutes, Peter. Please go ahead.
Okay. I believe, first off, that this application does meet the 4 tests. It's 4 minor variance applications. 2 of them are height regarding the old bylaw and the new bylaw, which require height. And the other issues we're dealing with here is a platform size and a maximum floor space index. Now, I want to bring attention to the maximum floor space index. In the bylaw, it's 0.4 times lot area, which is subject to the special exception of 1462. Now, what I want to bring your attention to on that exception says that any lots bigger than 697 square meters must have a floor space index of 0.4. We're requesting 0.51. I just want to bring note that our lot area is actually 697.3. So we are only 0.3 square meters above that provision that bumped it up to the 0.41. If we were 0.3 square meters smaller lot area, we would be automatically in the provision of maximum floor space index of 0.5 in that area. So that's why I think that we do meet that test, as we're right on the border of those 2 clauses of that section. In terms of the balcony, we have a covered area porch at the back that we want to maintain as a second floor. And I know there's been some requirements, some conflict with some of the neighbors regarding that balcony height. So in discussions with our neighbors, we're fine to have a privacy screening along that side wall of that balcony. Our property is facing a ravine and natural feature in TRCA lands, TRCA controlled area. So it's a beautiful background looking towards the back. So we want to maintain that balcony because the view is beautiful there in the back. Prior to coming to committee, I want to state we had a long process with both TRCA and ravine and natural features. We want to ensure that our design did meet the requirements of TRCA and ravine prior to attending Committee of Adjustment. And I'm happy to say that we did go through that consultation process, and we did pass ravine and TRCA's parameters and modified the plan from our original plan to meet the requirements there. So this has been through the test with TRCA and ravine for any environmental features. And we do believe that this does meet the 4 tests. And I know that there are neighbors with some questions, so I will leave it up to the committee if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for that explanation, Peter. Member McKay, you have some questions? We can't hear you.
Hi, I apologize. I didn't raise my hand. I was checking some notes. So I have no question. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Thank you, Mr. McKay, for that. Members of the committee, any questions for Peter? Okay. I don't see any questions from the committee. So let's go to our speaker registered to speak with us. So may I please have Iona Janice Duropoulos?
Yes, good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, Iona. Thank you very much for joining us today. Iona, we understand you have some concerns with this application. Could you please advise us of those? And you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, just to clarify, they're not concerns. I actually would just like to reiterate my support for my new neighbor, Mr. Rahman, on his minor variance application. I noticed in the letters of opposition, there were some concerns that I had with those. And just I wanted to state that we are all equal residents on CLIFFCREST Drive. There is no seniority based on duration or residence or whether our children go to school in the neighborhood. It makes no difference if we've owned our home for 30 years or 3 years, if it's our forever home or a place to live for the time being. We are all equal residents on CLIFFCREST Drive. Our new neighbor, Mr. Rahman, has a right to build on his property. The current structures will not remain regardless of today's outcome. They are more dated and perhaps contribute more to the deterioration of our environment. The current home is not energy efficient. It has leaky windows, a drafty front door, and requires 2 gas furnaces. The home, as it stands today, was constructed by the previous owner, who chose to disregard the proper building procedures and failed to obtain the required building permits or go through necessary inspections. I think it is very much desirable for a new, safe home to be built on this property. I think we also need to realize that behind file number A005/21SC, there is a man with his family. And whether the roof on this home is 9 meters or 9.5 meters, who will be able to tell unless we go and measure it for ourselves? As I stated in my letter of support to the Committee of Adjustment, homes on CLIFFCREST Drive are diverse in age, size, shape, and design. Opposing this application will only result in delaying the process for building a new safe home as prescribed by the city. Many of the reasons for opposing this application in the letters lack any evidence, such as loss of sunlight and heat, only homes with 1 garage or none at all, that is not true, and the possibility of converting a home of the caliber that Mr. Rahman proposes into a rooming house is nothing less than offensive. While the residents on CLIFFCREST Drive, we will still be able to enjoy our homes and our neighborhood and our lifestyle, we will have stood in the way of one of our neighbors being able to do the same. And unfortunately, this will not be the first time. Again, as I stated in my letter, of course it is natural that some neighbors may have a very difficult time adapting to change. However, change is constant and it is inevitable, and change is necessary for our community to develop and grow. If we look around onto CLIFFCREST Drive today, we will see that our neighborhood is changing. And as good neighbors, we are not defined by how we maintain our property, but rather if we support our neighbors when they need it the most. Let's continue to be a diverse, equitable, and inclusive neighborhood. Let's think ahead, remember that our words matter, and that change is inevitable. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Iona. It is very refreshing to hear these comments from neighbors on a street who are, and some of the comments and points you've raised in your notes are, as you very eloquently articulated, is something that we all need to understand and be prepared for change, and trying to be sympathetic and empathetic to our neighbors and people who are trying to, build their dream home. So I appreciate that, all your comments, and my apologies as I noted to you as someone who had concerns, but truly you were in support of this application, and I do want to make it on record that we have received your written submission as well. So thank you for taking the time this morning to speak with us and tell us how wonderful neighbors Mr. Roman's going to have on the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the committee, any comments? Okay, I see none. Oh, Mr. Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know whether it's a good time to ask from Peter a question, just a short question from Peter, Madam Chair.
We are going
Peter,
to Peter
I don't
now.
see there.
I was asking if you had
Okay.
any questions for Iona, but I understand you don't. You're going to Mr. Jurusek. So yes, we will call Mr. Jurusek, and you can carry on, Mr. Said. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Peter, I don't see there are any observation from the urban forestry over here, but there are. I can see there are a couple of trees there, big trees there, front yard, and maybe right at the boundary of the other houses there. So is any tree loss there will be any tree loss during this process of development?
There will be some trees in terms of some boundary trees. We have been dealing with this with forestry and ravine at the same time. And some of the trees they wanted us to protect, we have made the necessary adjustments to develop that kind of jog in the house and whatnot to protect the roots in that situation. So like I mentioned before, we did not want to take this project to C of A until we knew we dealt with the ravine and TRCA for all the environmental concerns. And through all the ecological reports and the hydrogeological reports and studies done for the top of slope and all the vegetation around the area, we've addressed that to the satisfaction of the environmental divisions of RNFP and TRCA, as well with the arborist situation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Peter, for confirming that. And we do have a memo from, excuse me, the TRCA dated October 5th as well on the agenda. Okay. All right. Thank you very much on that note. Any further questions of Peter at this time, members of the committee? I see none. Okay. Thank you, Peter, for your comments, and I thank you once again, Iona Janice, who took the time to speak with us today. We'll take the matter into committee now. Committee members, if there are no comments or questions, can I please have a motion? There are no conditions here. Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of item number 2, and there are no conditions.
Thank you very much. And all in favor of, oh, sorry, seconder, please. Member Macaulay, go ahead.
I will second that motion. I guess there's no conditions. TRCA has said they are satisfied, although a permit. But I think that Peter is well aware of that.
That is correct. And he did confirm that they
Oh, I
secured that
just,
permit. Okay, so Member Macaulay seconds the motion, and all in favor of this motion. The motion is carried unanimously, and the application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, next item that was held for discussion is item number 7, and item number 7 is 23 Milliken Boulevard. 23 Milliken Boulevard. Can I please have the agent Gary Cheng? Okay. Gary.
Panel members.
Hello, Gary. Sorry, we missed a bit of it. So good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just saying good afternoon as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So Gary, we're looking at your application, and there are two registered speakers on this application as well, but we'll first give you a chance. So would you like to make a presentation to the committee, or would you rather go into the questions directly?
I can make a quick presentation. I did send through a supporting documentation in a PDF file, 5 pages. If that can be pulled up on screen, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Sure, we can certainly do that. So we have your support document submitted on the agenda. There you go.
Yep. Thank you very much. So a little bit of context here quickly. The minor variance we're requesting for is for a specific unit located at 23 Milliken Boulevard. The unit itself in question is B18. We are requesting minor variance to allow for the general public to access the space to purchase retail items as an ancillary use to its current existing warehouse use. Some site background information. The site itself is composed of 4 buildings, 21, 23, 25, and 27 Milliken Boulevard itself. Next page, please. The current zoning is pulled from the Toronto zoning map. Right now it is EH 0.5, and here it does not permit the sale of retail uses. Again, which is why we're asking for this variance. Next page, please. Back in 2016, a building permit application was made for this unit for a warehouse use. And at that point, the business didn't have a use for retail, which is why we're here now trying to obtain a variance for that matter. This is the existing and current floor plan of the unit itself right now.
Sorry for interrupting. Sorry for interrupting. What's the business here, Gary?
They're food. They manufacture food.
Sorry, food manufacturers?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So next page, just a little context of the buildings and neighbors. So 21, 23, 25, and 27 Milliken Boulevard, they all do have stores that do have retail licenses and retail uses, all within the property. Whether or not the zoning bylaw had changed and amended to not permit it, I'm not sure if that was happened historically. Just want to pull a little bit of context here and provide this information. And the last page of the PDF, if you will, please, was pulled up from the City of Toronto website, just denoting on those properties as noted as backup information that there are retail business licenses for those stores legally. So we see that there is no reason for this application to be rejected, as we just want to obtain the retail license as an ancillary use to its current warehouse and manufacturing processes.
Okay, thank you. Just want to confirm one thing, just so that we can clear up some confusion here. So ancillary retail sales uses are not permitted within the current zoning bylaw, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the application that is before us today is requesting for commercial retail store sales to be permitted as an ancillary use to the wholesale practice.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. So there was a bit of a confusion at our end. We weren't sure because the wording wasn't that clear. So now it's clear that the retail sales is not permitted. You're asking for ancillary retail to be permitted. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Gary? I see none. Okay, thank you very much, Gary. You will now go and speak with the neighbors, and then we'll come back to you for a response. So hang in there. So can I please have Bobby Chan, the neighbor? Bobby has not signed in? Okay, so staff has advised that Bobby Chan has not signed in to speak. Can I please have Hillary NG? Egg?
Egg.
Okay. Can I please have Hillary? Thank you. Hillary, you with us? Hillary? So I can't get Hillary. So I can't get Hillary. She's not, is she there, staff? Hillary, if you are listening, can you please unmute yourself? Yes, there you are.
Hello, hi.
Hi. Hillary, so you want to speak?
I have a question.
Sure, please go ahead.
Yeah, me? Okay. Actually, I have a question regarding the space for the part of the retail. How many percentage of the retail space that they allow to have at their unit?
That is a good question. May I request the applicant to respond to that? Gary, would you be able to respond to that?
Yep, absolutely. So if we can, again, pull up the PDF file. We've got page 3 of the submission there. So we do have full dimensions here. The current unit itself is 59 by 26 roughly in terms of square footage. That brings us to approximately 1,500 square feet. Only the front portion is where the general public will be allowed to access the store, currently noted as 14 feet by 11 foot 6. So that will bring us to 161 square feet. Roughly from the 1,500, we're looking at roughly 10% of the unit.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Hillary, does that answer your question? 10% is what is being requested for retail uses. Hillary?
No, I understand.
Sorry? Okay.
Do you hear me? Sorry.
Could you repeat that, please?
So it's 10% at retail space that allowed. Oh, is that right?
It's not allowed. They're requesting for 10% today. So if committee approves it, then they will have the requested space.
I see. Okay, and now I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Going back to Gary. Gary, any further clarification or comment at this time?
Not at this time, no. Hopefully I did answer Hillary's question as to the amount of square footage that we were looking for the general public to use.
However, just want to note that that's not part of the variance. There's no numeric value in the variance that's being requested. It's just that the use be permitted as an ancillary use.
That is correct. I understand that. I just want to provide clarification because she was asking for that. Yeah.
Understood. Okay. So committee members, now over to you. Any questions or clarification from Gary? I see Member Macaulay. Go ahead.
No questions other than we have an additional report from community staff asking that the decision plan is shown on figure 1. Is the applicant okay with that?
Yes, we have reviewed it with I have reviewed it with our client and we are in agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Macaulay. And Gary, I take the matter into committee now. Committee members, if there are no further comments or questions, can I please have a motion? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you. I believe this is a very minor application. It's simply to allow some retail uses in accordance with the predominant use, which is warehousing and manufacturing. And I read to the decision be tied to the subject site plan as shown on figure 1.
Okay, so essentially, if you could just say that the approval be tied to community planning staff report recommendation, I think that would just clean it up.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion from Member Macaulay to approve the application and subject to the recommendation from community planning staff report. May I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
I will second that motion, Madam Chair.
All right, Member Taylor seconds the motion, and all in favor of this motion. The motion is carried unanimously, and the application has been approved, subject to the condition. Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Have a good day. Now, the next item on the list that was held this morning was item 12, and that is 1665 to 1673 Kingston Road. And I have a conflict, so I will step away and I will request Member Macaulay to chair this item for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is item 12, 1665 to 1673 Kingston Road and 43 Birchcliff Avenue. I'm just getting my material. We have listed as speakers the agent, Mr. Millward, and two neighbors. To the applicant, is Mr. Millward there?
A good day, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Robert Millward. We had sound difficulties earlier. I hope you can hear me now.
It sounds good.
I'll give you my address, just 1200 Bay Street, Suite 1101. And I'm part of, I'm the principal of R.E. Millward and Associates planning consulting firm.
Thank you. All right. I'm just checking what we have here. We have building setbacks, rear yard setbacks. We have letters of support. And I don't see any letters of opposition. We do have two additional people who wish to speak. And I don't see any conditions. Staff, are there any conditions attached to this application?
Through the chair, there are no conditions. You may wish to ask the applicant whether they wish to present.
Yes, I'm moving to that next part of the my notes as to procedures. So, Mr. Millward, do you wish to present?
Yes, quite briefly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You have 5 minutes.
This is a application for variances to setbacks. It's a building, it's stacked townhouses that was approved by the committee in 2018. It's well into construction, and there are some relief sought for minors, in our view, minor setbacks, both at the rear of the property and on the streets. And what's caused that is the building has just sort of been pushed out by kind of a technical change that they were intending to build the building with wood studs, but because of additional installation that was required by the Ontario Building Code, they had to modify and use a different technology, steel studs. So that's kind of bulked up the building slightly and requires the setbacks in order to be in compliance with the bylaw. There's no increase in density or units or anything else. It's just, it is the setbacks, which in our view is are minor and meet the test of good planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Millward, for that explanation. Are there any questions from the members? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question from Mr. Robert. As you mentioned, you have already started construction of these townhouses, and could you tell me at what stage of construction you are at the currently, and if you have already started the construction, it means these are the setbacks are the existing conditions?
The building is in construction. The structure is, it's not finished, but it's largely, it's 4 stories when it's finished, and it's very much there as a exterior structure. There's obviously, a lot of work to happen, but the building is formed and very much there. And the setbacks at the time were not, when the committee approved it 4 years ago, it gave approval to the building that's now being built, but the changes in the insulation in the building code requirements required the building to bulk up a little bit, and because of that, we need the setbacks to be bylaw compliant.
Any other questions? Okay. To the participants then is Michael Molino present.
Yes, I am here. Yes, I am here.
Okay, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm representing the Birchcliff Village Community Residents Association and its 300 members, along with 2 residents who live on Birchcliff Avenue, Rob Carmichael and Janine O'Flanagan Reno. And we believe that this builder should not be rewarded for an error in building, either by design or mistake. The variance on Kingston Road is not minor. It's reducing the setback by 50%. Both the sidewalks on Kingston Road and Birchcliff are narrow, and it's not acceptable to reduce the setbacks for reasons of pedestrian safety. The sidewalk on Kingston Road does not have a boulevard or a buffer to the road. The sidewalk is right against a very busy road, particularly in rush hour, and having the building closer to the sidewalks just permits a bigger possibility of accident, and certainly sets a precedent for Kingston Road. The intersection is busy. By the way, this construction is on the southeast corner of Kingston Road and Birchcliff, and on the northwest corner is the Birchcliff Public School. Coming on the southwest corner of Birchcliff Avenue is a 273 unit condo. So the intersection is busy now with pedestrians, and especially children and families crossing from the south side of Kingston Road to the north side to go to the elementary school, and reducing the setbacks is going to create a very unsafe situation for everybody concerned. If this under the city's Vision Zero plan, this variance must be refused because it's not in keeping with Vision Zero at all. And the builder can rebuild the front of the building back the 1.5 meters. It's not finished. They can take it down and they can put a new foundation in 1.5 meters back on Kingston Road and rebuild. They should not be given this variance in any way, shape, or form. This will create a large pedestrian danger. Thank you very much. And by the way, we did submit notes to this meeting, I think on October before the deadline anyway. I'm not going to spend the time looking it up. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, we have a second speaker, Clara Hendricks. Is Clara Hendricks here?
Through the chair, I think Clara Henriquez.
Yes, that's me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I live at 29 Birchcliff Avenue, just 2 stories down from the construction. We're all very pleased at how it's coming along. My concerns I have set forth in a letter, and interestingly enough, are very similar to our previous speaker, because I have been a resident here on Birchcliff and see all the changes that are happening on Kingston Road. And we realize and respect that these developments need to happen on Kingston Road, but my family is very concerned about the line of vision. I have been doing an assessment of other buildings that have been going up on Kingston Road, and I just wanted to bring the attention of Bradwell and Kingston Road, which is the exact same. It's on the southeast corner. And I've noticed that they purposely have an indentation on that street corner to improve the visibility from both Kingston Road and Bradwell. Because as you turn those corners, that's super important. And they did such a great job. And I just encourage the company to maybe have a look at that to see how that can be done. Because what they've done now with wanting at this particular corner at Birchcliff and Kingston Road, what they're doing is jetting out specifically at that corner at Birchcliff and Kingston Road. That is the issue that I have at this point. I understand that it is encroaching on the sidewalk. It's a huge problem, but to be proposing as a minor variance, which it is not minor, for that corner to jet out. And so anybody coming around that corner, visibility is reduced, not just for pedestrians, but for for drivers. So for both pedestrians as well as a driver, your obstruction is definitely, it's there. You cannot see it. And the concern that I have is just like the previous caller about there's a school there. There are parents gathering at this traffic intersection. There are kids that are going to try to rush to cross the road. It's just a huge safety issue in my eyes. I don't know how this could possibly be considered a minor variance. I mean, I'm startled that it was approved in 2018 for one thing, and now just because the building is already in construction and that building jets out at the corner there, that suddenly it's going to be approved as oh, okay, we realize, oh, you needed more space because of the way you built it. So now, oh, well, let's just accommodate that and build on the corner. That to me just seems like it can't happen. So my family is not in favor of these variances. That specific one about the jetting out on the corner, I stated this all in the letter, that my objections to both the first, second, third, and fourth, the encroachment on Birchcliff as well, encroaching onto the sidewalk. It's concerning to me because permits are passed for the way it was constructed. And then now they've gone ahead and built as if it's just going to be passed. So I really hope that this committee looks at this very seriously.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anything further?
My last comment is that, sorry, can I just add one last piece? Yeah, so they want a variance of 3 meters where it's supposed to be 1.5. So that is doubling. To me, that just seems like a major variance, not a minor variance. So thank you for listening to me. I hope that you will listen to what we're saying, because the last thing we want at that intersection is more accidents. There's another building going up across the road. So there's going to be 2 driveways right there with that many more cars turning onto Kingston Road. And we really want to have the best visibility possible to avoid any sort of collisions, pedestrians being hurt. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments and your concerns. Mr. Millward, do you wish to address these issues?
Certainly, we understand people's concern about safety, but the variance on Birchmount is going from 1.5 meters to 1.1 meters. That's 0.4 of a meter, which in our view is minor. And on Kingston Road, it is going from 3 meters to 1.5. I think the sidewalks are there, and the building will be a little bit closer, but it does not. In our view, it's a minor variance. There's another minor variance at the rear, which goes from kind of 7.5 to 7.4, but it's necessary in terms of the insulation that was added to in order to comply with the bylaw, that these variances be approved. But we think they're minor, and that's for the committee to decide.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Millward. Before I ask the other members of the committee, I have two questions. I guess the first question, in view of the setbacks from the public street, as I understand, I guess the first question is, are you encroaching upon the public right of way or the public sidewalk with your development?
No, this does not touch the public right of way or the sidewalk. This is within the lot that's been approved for development.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, how far are you with the construction? Have you formed your basement and are proceeding, or I haven't seen this site?
Yeah, I think I didn't see a recent picture of the building in the slides that were presented, but the basement's formed and the structure is largely, certainly from Kingston Road, is largely, it's not all the way up, but it's substantially up, I would say 3/4. And, the building is very much in construction across the site. And if it's not at the top in Kingston Road, it's certainly 2/3 of the way there.
Thank you. Other members of the committee, do you have any questions? Do I have any comments from the committee? Member McKay.
So as I understand it, the structure is there essentially right now. The force constructed. And that just makes it a very difficult situation. I think that's all I can say, Madam Chair. I'll give it some more consideration.
Thank you. Member Mohammed, you had a comment as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, it was exactly the same comments which Mr. Gary was mentioning. And I mentioned it in the very beginning when Mr. Robert told us at what stage of constructions they are. I do agree with the comments and the concerns of both the neighbors, Michael and Clara. This is a very busy intersection. A school is there, traffic lights are there, pedestrian walks are there. So the safety hazard, it's very much there, which is, of course, an impact of this variance. But then again, the construction has been started and like the foundation is there, the structure is there. So this makes really a difficult decision. I wish this would have been appreciated, this kind of concerns before time, but the reality is there. And yeah, of course, this is going to be a difficult decision.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I have an additional question for the
through the chair. Member Taylor has a question. He has his hand up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Member Taylor.
Thanks, Colin, and through you, Madam Chair. My view on this is we should be very dependent upon advice from the Community Planning Department and Transportation Services. I appreciate and respect the views of some of my colleagues here and the people that have spoken, but we do have professional departments that have expertise in sightline impacts, etc. Neither of those departments have commented on it, and I believe that no comment needs approval. So I guess my inclination is to proceed favorably on this. Just wanted to sort of table that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready to take this into committee for a decision? Do I have a motion?
Through the chair, you don't need a motion to do that.
I'm looking for a motion. I'm looking for a decision. Member Taylor.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess as I alluded to, I believe the variances are minor in nature. I do respect the concerns and comments made about sightlines. However, as I said, we have two professional departments that can educate or advise us on those issues. We didn't hear from either of them. So my inclination is to rely on what I see as the variances meeting the four tests, and I move approval. I think it's without conditions. Oh, yeah, without conditions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Member Mohammed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the comments of Mr. Taylor there. Yes, and looking at the variances before the committee today, those are minor, and therefore I second this motion.
Thank you. What is the wish of the committee? Ready for a vote? All those in favor?
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if the other members would consider a deferral of this application until engineering services can weigh in on that practical issue.
Through the chair, we're in a vote right now. We're in a vote. The motion was put forward.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. McKay. I think we've moved a little bit too fast for you. Do we have, I have a motion for approval, and it has been seconded. All those in favor? All those in opposed? It's a tie vote. A tie vote, I believe, is a negative vote. Is that correct for the staff member?
That is correct. Through the chair, I just wish to clarify that the, I guess, all the agendas are circulated to all divisions for review. Similarly, including engineering and construction services. They chose not, they did not provide any comments on this application. For the same reasons that Member Taylor mentioned about community planning being circulated and not having any comments, the same would apply, I would think, to engineering and construction services. They get circulated all the agendas and all the items.
Thank you.
And also through the chair, also one other thing I want to remind you, under our rules of procedure, when you have, because it's an even number of panel members, the chair has to abstain from voting. So, and sorry, my apologies. I should have put my mic on earlier. So in this case, the vote, 2 members voted in support of the motion. 1 member was opposed. I believe Member McKay, as chair, you have to abstain from voting. So based on that vote, the motion does pass. It is approved without conditions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I've forgotten some of these rules of proceeding. And so that application is approved. Thank you to the applicant and thank you to the 2 participants. Certainly we heard your comments and we have proceeded with this application.
Thank you, members of the committee.
Through the chair, Member Kabir abstained from the vote because she had a conflict of interest. She was not present for this vote, for the record. And for the next item, member Chair Kabir is also abstaining because she has a conflict of interest. So Chair McCauley, Member McCauley will be chairing this item.
Let me just get caught up here. That was item number 12. Item number 13 is approved, and we're now on item number 14, which is 56 Boydwood Lane. Is that correct? So for 56 Boydwood Lane, I am still chairing.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Is the applicant available?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Nadine Irfan, do you wish to make a presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would request the one of the planner to bring up drawing A3.3 on the screen as a part of the submission. So, Madam Chair, this property is located in a very private street, Boydwood, which has approximately 13 to 14 residences. This property is very unique in a way that it is backing onto Shepherd Avenue. It's a very, very large lot, approximately 1,400 square meter, with a frontage of approximately 24 meter wide. So I'm going to try to explain why the variances could vary. No, there's only one variance, which is the second floor balcony area. And I'm going to try to substantiate why this could be considered, although the number is large, but why this could be considered as minor in nature. When we look at the intent of the bylaw restrict the second floor deck or balcony approximately 9 square meter. But that 9 square meter is with the intention or consideration towards the regular lots, which are approximately 7.5 meter wide or 6 meter wide or 8 meter wide, with the lot area of 280 to 300 to 400 square meter. This is a very, very large lot, and this lot can support the large size balcony. The intent of the bylaw with 9 square meter is to have an ample or maximum separation between the property lines or between the dwelling next to each other. In this case, I would like to show why this second floor balcony is 37 square meter. It's incidental to the ground floor porch. So if you observe on this screen, there is a ground floor covered porch, and the balcony is situating exactly on the footprint of the ground floor porch with the roof on. If you observe that on the left side of the screen or left side of the balcony, it's approximately 27 feet separation between the property line and the balcony. It's approximately 8.25 meter. And on the right side, which is on the south side, it's 6.31 meter, which is about 21 feet. On top of it, we have the support ladders. We have spoken to homeowner, has spoken to the neighbors, immediate neighbors, and they have agreed to support the application. So they have no concerns. At the rear, we have about 21 meter, 71 feet to the rear property line. So there is no privacy matter on the rear yard. There is a Shepherd Avenue. If I may ask the planner to bring up drawing SP1. So I wanted to show how much is the separation between the balcony and the rear property line. So it's the first drawing, I believe, on the package. Yes, Madam Chair. So if you observe, the setback from the balcony to the property line is about 71 feet, and then Shepherd Avenue exists. So any privacy matter between the balcony and to the other side of the road is approximately maybe 200 meter. So we don't have any objections or concern raised by the community planning. We don't have any concerns on issues with the neighbors. So we believe that this lot can support the balcony. This could be considered as minor in nature. So I hope I'm able to explain why this could be a minor and could be a good candidate for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the members? Member Taylor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So could you explain whether or not the patio and proposed platform, to what extent do they project beyond the walls on either side? Is this overhang and platform and patio partially recessed into the facade, or is it a 100% projection beyond?
It's 100 projection beyond. It's 4 meters. So the balcony size is basically 9.27 by 4.09. So 4.1 meter projecting.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any further comments from the? Do I have a motion from the members? Member Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My first thought was, wow, this is an extraordinarily large proposal, 10 times almost what's permitted by zoning. But looking at the size of the building, considering the fact that the platform is well set back from the side walls of the house, and considering the fact that this house backs onto Shepherd Avenue rather than a house and street behind, I can support it, and I would move approval subject to urban forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Member McKay?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to second that motion for approval, subject to the urban forestry conditions as stated.
All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. The item is carried for approval.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
For the record, Member Mohammed opposed the application, opposed the motion.
Okay, the chair can come back. We can take a break.
Yes, I'd be interested in that. I'm sure just as we're switching back, we've been on it since 10 o'clock. I think a 30-minute break. Anyway, whatever other members feel.
Sure. Thank you, Member McKay, for that comment. Members of the committee, any thoughts on the length of the break? Member McKay suggested 30 minutes. What's your thoughts? How many items do we have left here?
I think 5 more, Madam Chair.
3, 5. I see 3.
Yeah, I think so.
1.
Now, Nielsen Avenue, Aylesworth,
4.
Claremont, and Warden. I get 4.
I think 4. Okay, so what does the committee wish to? 15 minutes, 30 minutes? All for 30 minutes? Okay. Member McKay, 30 minutes? Okay, all right. take a 30-minute break. So it is 12:53. We'll be back at 1:25. All right. So the committee is taking a short break and we'll be back at 1:25. Is there a change in stream? No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, there will be no change in stream. It will still be the AM stream for all the people viewing on YouTube. Just keep on looking. When we reconvene, we'll be on the AM stream continuing. Thank you. piloted, so all of this is piloted like internally.
Hybrid as in?
Yeah, like we piloted the hybrid just internally, just with staff, right?
Oh, with staff.
See, really the big difference will be that we can't require all the practices.
Oh.
I know I'm going to lose, but maybe someone else can win.
I'm going to win at 2:30. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Committee of Adjustment hearing at the Scarborough District. It is 1:25 and we are resuming our session. The first item that we are discussing now is item number 16. Item number 16 is 25 Nielsen Avenue. And I do note that there are registered speakers here. So we'll start with the agent, Faisal Ahmed or Jimison. I'm not sure who's speaking today. Faisal, are you with us, or Jimison? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Jimison.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Jimison. Okay. So, Jimison, we have your application for 25 Nielsen Avenue. Would you like to make a presentation or go directly to the questions?
What?
Sorry for that, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to go forward with a short presentation.
Sure. Okay. So, Jimison, you have 5 minutes and your time starts now.
Good morning, committee members and Madam Chair. In regards to the project 25 Nelson Avenue, I would like to bring attention to the public notice and also the strike through public notice and the revised zoning waiver, which has been dated for October 4th, that we have reduced the platform area, the front platform area, from 12.18 meters square to 5.156 meters square, which is a total reduction of 7.024 meters square. And this is in regards to the comments that we received from the committee planning staff in concern of privacy breach to the neighborhood, since we had a side platform which has been completely resolved and there is no access to the side platform, as well as while addressing this comment from the committee planners, we also significantly reduced the platform area, which is front platform area. So I would like to mention that item number 3 has been significantly reduced. And moving on to rest variances, we have totally 7 variances to the bylaw. In that, I would like to bring the attention to the committee members that we are withdrawing the item number 4, which is the side parking space, where the proposed was 3.46, whereas the allowed was 3.2 meters. So we are completely withdrawing or eliminating the item number 4.
Okay, so...
And item number 2, which is in...
Sorry, Jimison.
Yes.
So this is the first amendment you're making? So we have the notice on the screen. So the first variance remains the same. The second remains the same. The third... Oh, she's going to talk about that one. Okay, so
Yes,
so you need to walk me through each one of them, please.
Yeah. Sure. So in regards, I'm speaking in regards to the zoning waiver or the strike to public notice dated October 4th, where we have eliminated or reduced the variance in item number 3. Apart from that, we are making significant changes to further list of variances, which is not mentioned in the strike to public notice.
Okay, so walk us through every variance. I just want to make sure everyone catches that, okay?
Sure. As per the public notice, we have 7 minor variances.
Mm-hmm.
In that, item number 3 was partially reduced,
Mm-hmm.
which is the front platform area, which is reduced from 12.18 meters square
Mm-hmm.
to 5.156 meters square.
Mm-hmm.
And this is due to the community planning comments in regards to the privacy of the property on site to that.
So the one on the screen, the red font or the amendment, is that, can you confirm that?
So there are 2 variances in item number 3. One is the front and side platform area, which is 12.818 meters square, and the rear platform area is 9.6 meters square.
Mm-hmm.
The change is for the front platform, where the side platform is completely non-accessible, and the front platform area has been reduced to 5.156 square meters.
Correct.
With a total reduction of 7.02 meters square.
Yes,
And
so
this is in regards to the comments from the committee planner.
understood. So what is on the screen here? The proposed front platform area is reduced to 5.156 square meters from 12.18 square meters is correct.
Yes.
Okay, and the side will remain at 12.18? And then
No,
the
the
rear,
side platform has been completely
okay.
removed.
Oh, it has been removed. The side platform has been
Yes.
removed? Okay.
Yes.
So let me just grab this again. The proposed area of the front platform area is now at 5.156 square meters. The
That's right.
side platform at the second story has been removed, and the rear platform at the second story remains at 9.6.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to number 4.
So apart from this, we would like to reduce or make changes to few of the variances. So we are planning to withdraw item number 4.
You're planning to, or are you proposing to withdraw?
I'm proposing to withdraw item number 4.
Okay, so item 4 is being withdrawn.
And we are proposing to make a reduction or changes to the item number 2, which is maximum permitted height.
What is that,
So
please?
proposed as, yes, the height has been proposed as 8.04 meters, and we are reducing into 7.67 meters.
7.67 meters. So item 2 is being revised to the proposed height being 7.62 meters. Okay. And
Yes.
item 4 has been withdrawn.
Yes.
Okay. Any further changes?
These are the changes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Member Macaulay, yes, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I can't read the very tiny print of item 4. Does someone say what item 4 is, please?
So item 4 is in the notice, Member Macaulay, and it is
I
for,
see it's in the notice. I just can't read it on the screen.
okay, it says for a,
Good.
yeah.
Thank you.
You can read it now?
Now read it. Thank you. This is the parking space. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So 3 revisions. One was to item number 2, item number 3, and item number 4 being withdrawn. So,
Thank you.
Jimison, what's on the screen in front of you in terms of the red font and the deletions? You're okay with those?
Actually, there is the sheet on top of it, so I cannot actually see it. If you could remove the window, thank you. So item number 2 has been revised to 7.67 meters. It's mentioned 7.62 right now.
Yeah, Eric's changing it to 7.67.
And the rest are correct.
Okay. All right, so proposed height is now at 7.67 meters. Okay, anything else, Jimison?
Yeah, I would like to continue if you still have time.
You have a couple of minutes to wind up your presentation, please.
Sure, thank you. So in regards to looking into the item number 1, which is lot coverage, I would like to express we have 2 other properties in the neighborhood, naming 11 Brooklyn Avenue, which has similar lot coverage, and also 91 Nelson, which has similar lot coverage. So I really request, since in the same street we have a significant, a very similar in nature proposal, which is new development. So I would really appreciate if the committee could consider this lot coverage as minor in nature and approve of it. And in regards to the FSI, also we have 11 Brooklyn Avenue with FSI of 0.71. where allowed is only 0.5 times, and also 95 Nelson with an FSI of 0.6214, which is very similar to the what we have proposed. So looking into the neighborhood, I would really appreciate a committee to see these are minor in nature. And also we have to separate support letters from the immediate neighbors, which is 23 Nielsen Avenue dated 11th October and 27 Nielsen Avenue dated 7th October, with a separate support letter mentioning they don't have any comments or they don't have any concerns on the public notice, which is the initial public notice. And also I would like to comment and bring into attention that the committee planning staff doesn't have any further comments. Any comments from them has been completely been eliminated or addressed. And also I would like to bring in attention that the references that I have mentioned here, 11 Brooklyn Avenue, 91 Nelson Avenue, share the same zoning as the 25 Nelson, which is RDF 10.5837 and exception 197. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Jemison, for your time. Committee members, any questions? I see none. Okay, moving along, we're going to be speaking with our neighbors now. So Lorraine and Roger Clark.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Lorraine. So you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, we live at number 27. We are totally okay with the proposed building. We don't see it to be unreasonable, intrusive. It's very much in keeping with the trends that are happening in the neighborhood. We have other homes in the neighborhood of similar style. We have one right up the street that's under construction now at number 41, flat roof, very, very similar house. And I believe that, you know, the neighbors around that signed the support letter are all neighbors that live directly around this property. So, you know, we're supportive of this build. I guess I would like to ask one question. I guess it's about the driveway. I just want to understand is what they're saying, they're just going back to a regular sized driveway? Like they're not putting the driveway elsewhere, are they?
Can we pull up the plan, please? Can you please repeat your question, Lorraine?
Okay, well, they said they were downsizing, I guess not going as wide on the driveway. Is that my understanding? But the driveway is still remaining where it is. That's my question.
I'm not sure. We'll have to get the applicant to respond to it. So perhaps when she's back and responding to, she will address this question.
Okay. Other than that, no, we have no concerns, and we would support this build.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your comments. Perhaps I can just clarify that with Jemison right now, or should I just wait until I could do that, right, with the applicant?
Through the chair, I think I would suggest waiting until all the neighbors have spoken.
Okay, we'll do that. Now our next speaker, Tom Cassanda. Is Tom with us? Okay. Hi, Tom.
CLIFFCREST Scarborough Village Residents Association Director. Our presentation missed the deadline, but descriptive diagrams are available on the AIC. We provide support to neighbors when they are concerned about a proposed development, but in this portion of Nielsen, many of the homes have been bought up by developers and renters tend not to complain. I'm here to speak on behalf of the hundreds of our members who worry about variance-driven oversized homes towering over their street and possibly destroying a neighborhood tree. This applicant has asked for a 12% building height increase, but as usual, they showed up and reduced it. Looking at the front elevation, no variance is really necessary. It's just about being bigger. The height bylaw is for everyone. It is a standard that doesn't allow homes to tower over the street or reinforce an oversized street wall that's uncharacteristic of this neighborhood. The bigger issue is that the applicant has asked for a 28% increase in FSI, an additional 70 square meters, the size of an extra rental apartment. Our FSI chart shows only 3 of 41 neighboring homes exceed the FSI requirement, but these are anomalies as the prevailing character is not to exceed the bylaw. As requests for these become more frequent, they become more concerning and less desirable to the community at large. Variances do not set precedent unless each one of these is approved one by one, and then the bylaw becomes meaningless one house at a time. More importantly, we can see that the analysis that 4 homes were either held to the FSI or the builder simply respected the bylaw because it's big enough. Can we please bring up page 8 of the arborist report showing the large silver maple the applicant would like to destroy, and then move to page 10 of the site plan. We're in a climate crisis. Destruction of our majestic tree canopy is not helping. The applicant has provided no reason why their house needs to be 28% larger. But that extra 28% is the reason why this beautiful canopy maple could be destroyed. Scarborough residents love their trees. Planting 3 saplings does nothing to offset the carbon capture of this tree. A 28% increase in FSI is also not minor because its effect is the undesirable destruction of this tree. If the FSI and lot coverage are refused, this majestic tree can stay. Variance applications require a reason. The application form asks, why is it not possible to comply with the zoning bylaws? This applicant's answer, please see the attached zoning waiver form for review. They do not have a reason. We request that the committee ask applicants, especially those with multiple applications every month, why did you design this home this way when you know the bylaw requirements? What makes your property so different from all the other lots that your plans are deserving of special permission? In this neighborhood, developers are buying up housing stock. One at a time through variances, they are requesting to build massive homes with FSI as big as they can get. The design of homes like these are suitable to maximize rental income, with almost every room having its own bathroom and basements easily divided into extra units. This is so profitable, single families can't compete. Over time, investors will control the neighborhood housing stock, and the scarcity of non-rental homes will continue to drive up prices. This is not desirable. That's a test. We understand smaller homes will be replaced by larger homes, with bylaws, which the bylaws generously allow. But allowing homes in our community to become an additional 20% larger is unnecessary and supporting an undesirable business model that is outside the scope of what the bylaws intend. If developers want to change the bylaws, they should seek to do so. Instead, they are trying to change them one house at a time. In closing, the bylaws allow for generously large homes, properly proportioned for lot size, to preserve shared community space in the front and back, and ample landscaped area to absorb runoff. We ask the committee to recognize that 20 and 28% size variances are not minor, and consider how this trend of constant oversized building requests is undesirable to the community at large. Perhaps variances need to be justifiable and minor in scale of inches and a few percent. Please refuse this application that will, without reason, destroy a thriving maple tree. And I may be running out of time, so please ask me to explain why the desirability test is so important to consider. I'll also note that this applicant always reduces their variances at the last minute because they actually don't need them. It's just about getting as much as they can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom, for your presentation. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Tom? I don't see any. Thank you, Tom. There are no questions for you. So we'll go back to the applicant, Jimison. Hello?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Jimison, you heard the concerns raised by the speakers. Could you clarify the question that the previous speaker raised about the driveway? You have withdrawn item number 4, which dealt with the driveway. So could you please clarify what's happening with the driveways?
Sure. In regards to application number 4, the driveway width proposed was 3.46 meters. We're allowed just 3.2 meters. I think the the property owner of 25 Nelson inquired about the existing driveway width. Existing driveway width was actually 4.16 meters. But this is which allowed right now is being proposed, and this variance has been eliminated. I think that should answer the concern of property owner 27 Nelson.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Now, in terms of the comments that have been raised by the second speaker, how would you like to respond? And you have 5 minutes.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, really. Thank you for the comments. However, I would like to mention a few comments and would like to address your some of the concerns. In regards to FSI, I would like to stress again, we have two properties in the neighborhood. First is 11 Brooklyn Avenue with an FSI of 0.71, which is much more than what we are requested or proposed right now for 25 Nelson. And second of all, its address is 91 Nelson Avenue, which also have a very similar FSI, which is 6.62. Keeping in this consideration that in the neighborhood, such developments have already been approved. So I really would like to bring your attention to such developments in the neighborhood, also to consider our approval, our proposal as well. In regards to the tree, I would really appreciate if the urban forestry can mention about. So as of now, all I can say is any condition from the urban forestry, we will accept it, and we will maintain any comments for the urban forestry, and we will satisfy their comments. If the urban forestry raise any concerns that tree cannot be removed, we will definitely make changes to the plan. But I would really suggest the committee members to let the urban forestry comment on this, and we will definitely make changes to the plan if required. In regards to the minor variance application, as a question why we have minor variance today, as we know, all the projects that we've been heard today had a minor variance, and it's been allowed by the City of Toronto. I would like to express on that too. And in regards of, he mentioned regarding the landscaping and also the permissible enough land on the front and the rear, and I would like to stress that the permissible front setback has been met, and the permissible rear setback has been met, and also the landscape area requirements of the front yard has also been met, and there is no variance in these three comments. And also considering and the changes we made today is in respect to the neighborhood, and we try to eliminate our variances. Thinking of the neighborhood, even we have support from the immediate neighbors 23 and 27, and even the property owner of 27 Nelson have I really appreciate they would spend time here to mention that they are in support of the minor variances. And in regards to the rental unit, I do not know why this is actually not in context with the minor variance. So I would appreciate if you could talk regarding the minor variance only. And this is a single family dwelling, so there won't be any tenants coming in if that is a concern for the neighborhood. I think I've covered all of the points, and I have to mention again 11 Brookridge Avenue and 21 Nelson Avenue share the same zoning bylaw as 25 Nelson, and which have significant increase of FSI, which is 0.71 and 0.62, which is very similar or more than what we're asking for. And also, I would like to mention that community planning staff doesn't have any further comments. Any comments from the community planning staff has been addressed, and I would really appreciate everyone can consider our variances and also the proposal and approval of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jimison, for your response. A couple of things I would like to mention. First of all, without knowing where those properties are located that you're referencing in terms of the ones that have higher FSI, I'm not able to sort of comprehend, in terms of how is that connected or how is that associated with this application. Secondly, there's no such thing as precedent setting, as you know. Each case is looked at at its own merit, at its own application, and based on its own context. Secondly, I think a question was asked as to why. So basically, I would ask the question: have you and your client looked into reducing the size? Like, why do you need such a big building on this property?
He's asking us.
Yes, I'm asking you the question. Why are you, why is your application looking at a larger house? And why can't it be within the zoning bylaw? Or less than that, or less than what's being requested here?
I understand your question, Madam Chair. However, this is actually a pattern practice from the community planning staff. Often they compare our proposal with the existing development or existing new development in the neighborhood. So while such an existing development has been done in the neighborhood and which has been approved, I do not actually see a valid reason that why being questioned to have such a limit. As considering that bringing the references which is higher is always a practice that we have been introduced from the community planning staff, which been often compared with all the projects with the new development. So we try to align with the new development. And I know it is variant, however, it doesn't go out of the context of the new development in the neighborhood.
Okay, and then this is why I mentioned.
And they also have a bigger family. So as for individual rooms for individual person is, I think, a necessity nowadays. And more of the jobs has been work from home. They need a quality space in their house. They can spend time for work and also their life.
Well, now you're responding to my question. When you keep on referring to those references, those really don't help me. I do understand. We also look at change in the neighborhood, but we always do that within context. When you keep referring to those properties, I can't tell where those properties are. So this is why I was a little confused or questioning that. But if you have a valid reason, as you mentioned, that your client would like to have a larger house for space requirements or for those reasons, I can see that. But just because something has happened within the neighborhood, because I don't know what that neighborhood is that you're referring to. So unless you showed me a plan that showed, all the properties that you were referring to, that would have been helpful. Okay, so that was my question. I will go to the committee. Committee members, any questions for Jemison? Okay, so we'll go with Member Macaulay first, and then we'll go with Member Said.
My question is, again, to the applicant. Can she confirm that she's still working on a zoning waiver and that this is not been assessed by planning? That's the first question. And the second question is, I have that you have a request of 39.81% versus 33%. You're not changing that. So the zoning waiver and coverage is 39.18%. It's still part of the variance.
As far as I understand, Member Macaulay, yes, that is she did not indicate any revision or amendment to that particular variance. So that is at 39.81%.
And the zoning waiver?
Well, there is a zoning waiver on this, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Whether it's accurate or not, that's besides the point. I think what we have is in front of us is what we're looking at. Okay, so Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my question has been answered. That was about the lot coverage, and as you mentioned, it still stands there 39.81%. So thank you very much.
I can reconfirm it again just so that we have some peace of mind here. So Jemison, could you confirm that the proposed lot coverage is at 39.81%? Jemison, you have to unmute yourself, please.
Madam Chair, I'm really sorry for breaking up. Could you please repeat your question?
Could you please confirm if variance number 1 for the proposed lot coverage is 39.81%? Could you please confirm if the proposed lot coverage is 39.81%?
That's right.
Okay, all right. That's all I wanted to hear. So committee members, yes, there is no change to that variance. Okay. All right. Any further questions of Jimison? I see none. All right. We take the matter into committee now. Members of the committee, any thoughts, any questions on this or deliberation? The application has been amended as confirmed by the applicant. There's been a modification to the proposed height to 7.62. And then for the variance number 3, one of the platforms have been removed and the other one has been reduced to 5.156, and variance 4 has been eliminated.
Through the chair, in addition to the amendment to variance 3 that was included in the agenda package as well. So there are a total of 4 amendments to variance number 3.
That is correct, yes. Yes. Okay, if there are no comments or questions, can I please have a motion? If you want to talk about it, Member McKay, please go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm prepared to move approval of this variance application as amended, subject to urban forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? Sorry, before I do that, may I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? All opposed? So Member Said and Member Macaulay oppose it. However, the motion's carried and the application has been approved subject to conditions. Thank you. We now go to the next item that was held for discussion, and that is item number 18. Item number 18 is 480 Islesworth Avenue, and can we have Patrick McAuliffe, please? Patrick,
yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. So Patrick, we held your item because committee members had some questions. So would you like to present or go directly to the questions?
Let's go to the questions.
Okay. All right, Member Macaulay, you had some questions if my memory serves me right.
Yes, that's right.
Member Macaulay, you have some questions. Who has questions on this application? Member Macaulay, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry. I'm looking to see whether I had questions on this that I wanted addressed by the applicant. I'm looking at it. Sorry that I'm hesitating here. I think the question I had is that staff are recommending deferral because they wish to have some further review of the property. I was expecting that this application with its 12 variances would be deferred for some changes. Is the applicant willing to have further discussion with staff?
But this is not the right one, right?
Yeah.
It is the right one?
Can I?
Yes, staff, go ahead.
Through the chair, just to clarify, this application was previously deferred.
Right.
With recommendation from community planning, which the panel adopted. However, the applicant, and I'll defer to the applicant on this. My understanding is that the applicant did revise their plans accordingly, and that's why community planning did not comment on the most recent amended application. But I will defer to the applicant.
Okay, so maybe Patrick, could you please confirm?
Yes, that's exactly what happened. It was just a matter of changing a word from east to west. The planning department wanted the house to be 2 feet closer to the apartment building than to the backyards of the 2 houses. And that's what we did. And that's what's on this particular list of items.
So we're still dealing with 12 variances, correct?
Correct. And the reason for those 12 variances is because this was a small lot that was left over when the original lot at 73 Heel was divided. There was a store on this lot, And nobody to this day in the city can understand how that store ever got there. It was not a house that was converted into a store. It's actually built as a store. The reason why we didn't get rid of it at the time was because there was a lease to some people on the store, so they were still operating the store. So since COVID and all that bit, the lease has run out and whatever, and now we want to develop this lot. And I think we've come up with a very good plan for it appears to be a large house, but it only appears to be large because the lot is small. On one side we have an apartment building, on the other side we have backyards, and I think this is a perfect situation, a perfectly beautifully designed house for this particular lot.
What's the size of the house, Patrick? How many square feet?
The size of the house?
Approximately how much square footage is it?
Here, just a second. It is living area. It is 2,000 square feet.
2,000. Okay.
2,000.
Okay, 2,000 square feet of home.
Yep.
I see. Okay.
I have noted that it's a very square box, so it appears bulky, and it's 3 stories in appearance. I also was worried about all these variances that you're asking for, especially the coverage at 45% versus 33%. You're pushing the envelope an awful lot here.
We are, but the thing is, we have an apartment building beside us. We have a small lot, and basically we do have a small house. It's not like we're trying to push this house to be big. It is quite a small house. It's just that the lot itself, which had a store on it, which doesn't have anymore, now has a house on it.
What's the area of the lot itself then? If the house is going to be 2,000 square feet, what's the area of the lot?
A lot of the area is 2,478 square feet.
And that 2,000 is on the 2 stories, is that correct? So it's 1,000 square feet per floor?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if it would have helped. I had just requested staff to pull up the street view, if that helps you, Member Macaulay?
It's okay.
Okay, it's okay then. Oh, Eric has just started the view. So that's the store and the apartment building.
And it has an apartment parking lot beside.
And a parking lot beside it. Okay. Thank you very much, Patrick. Members of the committee, any further questions or clarification? Okay, I see none. All right, let's, before we do that, Patrick, you are aware of conditions of urban forestry?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. All right, members of the committee, if there are no further questions, can I please have a motion on this application? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of item 18, subject to urban forestry condition number 3.
Okay, and may I have a seconder, please? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
I will second that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? Motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the list is 54 Flaramac Road. And can we please have Peter Jerusik as the agent? Okay, Peter, you're with us?
Good afternoon, committee.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Sorry about that. Okay, so Peter, we have your application for consent and the associated minor variance application. Would you like to make a presentation?
Yes, a short presentation.
Please go ahead.
Okay. This application was before the committee previously, and through a good discussion with the neighbors and the committee itself, we deferred it to address some of the concerns that both the committee had and the neighbors had. and we have revised the plans regarding 54B. We've reduced the house significantly from 3,100 to 2,500 square feet, which allowed us to pull the house away from a line of trees, which was of concern to both the committee and a forestry department, to preserve the three trees there that are 1.2 meters in diameter, and create more. The two houses are now been reduced by 10 to 20% in size to be more in line in terms of housing in the area, and to reduce the scale and massing of it to fit better within the community. Since we've resubmitted this, I don't know if the committee recalls the previous applications. I believe it's in your files. You can see that the houses have been reduced substantially to address a lot of the concerns that both the committee and the neighbors had. And at that point, I'd like to address any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, we do have the agenda from the previous hearing, and I just pulled up the plan as well to take a look at it. Okay, members of the committee, questions for Peter? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Peter, could you compare the lot size with the neighbor's lot or the other lots in the street?
I don't have that comparison with me right now. The lot for 54A was originally, before we went to the first committee, 10 meters wide. There was a recommendation by planning committee that the one longer lot, be more conducive in terms of the frontage and the area for the neighboring lots. So the lot areas there, we are similar frontages to all the other lots there. Of course, the odd one out is that irregular shaped triangle lot at the side, which is much wider at the back than the typical lots. The typical lots in the area are 13.5 meters wide with similar depths. So that one is much larger, but because of the irregular shape, the lot is the area of the lot is smaller than the neighboring properties. But it is a unique situation. If you look at the lots behind us, if it was I don't have the lot plans. I don't know if Katrine or whoever's or Eric. We do have other areas that have irregular lots, like the 55 behind us and the two lots behind us as well that were severed from larger lots into these triangle shaped lots. So we do meet frontages for these. It's just the areas, because of that curve in the road, that we have that issue.
Does that help you, Member Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? I don't see any at this time. Okay, all right, so we'll go to our speakers now. So the first speaker is Franca Policaro. Franca, are you with us?
Hello?
Yes, Franca.
Oh, you can hear me? Good afternoon. Yes, I just want to, okay, I'll start with my presentation. Thank you. Good day, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Franca Policaro, and I am a homeowner at 52 Flaramac Road. I'm opposing the proposal to put two large family dwellings on this lot. The lot was meant to accommodate one family dwelling. The lots that Mr. Peter has mentioned, the ones that were severed in the back, there was a lot of property and they have abundant land around them. They're not crammed into that property. And it works with the nature of the neighborhood. This is a dwelling. This is a property that is, yes, odd shaped. And he is trying to squeeze two homes, two-story homes in this property. This proposal would leave very little backyard space, as well as little space for accommodating cars for a two dwellings. Families need space for children as well as their cars. This community has young families as well as a large community of seniors. Where will the cars be parked? Right now, the property has 3 cars parked in their driveway on a regular basis. We know they will end up parked on the side of the street, and the street has no sidewalks. And many residents take their walks on the side of the street. Parked cars on the street cause a serious and dangerous situation for our community. We need to remember that the street needs to be accessible for community services such as garbage collection, snow plowing, and more importantly, for ambulances and fire trucks. I know that eventually sidewalks will be put in, but that in turn will diminish the size of driveways, causing more of a problem with car placement. There is also the question of the cutting of the mature trees, which I understand now he is set back. I know that when you dig near large trees, the trees suffer. So whether he's going to cut them down or whether he's going to work around them, eventually, if there is construction working around those roots, they will suffer and we will lose the trees. I know, speaking to forestry, they say that the value of a mature tree is way far more valuable than saplings that are planted. And as I've heard other speakers speak, our environment is suffering. Sorry. My mother lives there next door, and she's 90 years old. Looking at a concrete wall from one of her windows will not improve her quality of life. She also takes walks with us on the side of the street, like many others in the neighborhood. Less space means children will end up playing on the street, and we also need to take note that this property is on a curve of the street, which Mr. Peter has already mentioned. If so, the cars are parked on the street. It is difficult to see the oncoming vehicles until they are near you. At the moment, we are all struggling with a spillover parking from the townhouses on Kingston Road. This project will just add to the problem. West Hill's beauty is in our natural environment. Our backyard is the Rouge National Urban Park. The community feels strongly about keeping West Hill a green community. I support forestry and not cutting the trees, which I understand they're not, and I oppose the severance of the property into 2 lots. I believe the builder owner is a speculator developer doing this for profit. Toronto's neighborhoods must focus on improving and sustaining the well-being of our present and future communities for the long-term benefits of our communities. By allowing developers and speculators to alter our bylaws to only serve themselves will slowly lead to urban dysfunction. We know that urban planning does not only have an effect on our hardscape, but also has a physiological, sociological, and economic effect on the well-being of our urban society. We would all like to stay a community working for responsible urban planning that will benefit us all now and hopefully years to come. I trust that the committee of adjustment will do the right thing and not pass this application. I believe that the property is too small.
Sorry, Frank, I hate to interrupt you,
building.
but your time's up, so you may want to just close your remarks, please.
Yes, I have no problem with him building a one-family dwelling on that property. I welcome it, but to sever it and cram 2 homes on it, I oppose, and I believe that a lot of other people in the neighborhood oppose it as well. Thank you for my time.
Thank you very much, Franca, for your time. Members of the committee,
Thank you.
any questions for Franca? I do not see any questions for Franca. Okay, thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. We'll move on to speak with our next neighbor, Kathy in Cardona. Kathy, okay, so staff advises me that Kathy is not logged in. So we will move on to speaking with the next neighbor, Fernando and Gina Miragello. Fernando and Gina.
Hi, can you hear me? Yep. Hi, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me?
Yes, we can
Perfect.
hear you.
Good. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the time so that I can express my concerns as a resident of Flairmac Road. I think my initial concern was also the mature tree, and I know that he's addressed that. But I'm also concerned about the parking situation. And if I could share a picture of our street, I would appreciate that.
Okay, so I will request staff to pull up a street view.
Okay, I do have okay, there you go. I do have a photograph of the property as well. I don't know if I can share that, or is that
Did you submit it
not
with the
possible?
submission?
No, I did not. I wasn't aware I had to do that.
Okay, well, unfortunately, then
But
I
that's
would.
okay.
Okay.
That's okay. I can see what. So my concern is the overall safety of the community with the overall impact of the parking situation, and I know that at the moment we do not have sidewalks. I know Frank addressed that, Frank Policaro, but the demographic of the area is changing. There's going to be younger families and strollers and people that walk down this the street. So my question is, like, once the sidewalks get changed and will it actually affect the driveway and the size of the driveway, and also the parking spaces? Because right now I do agree, there are 3, sometimes 4 cars. We have a lot of spillover from the homes on Kingston Road, and that's created a parking issue as well, where people park on the street. Very difficult when you're going for a walk with your dog, and you're confronted with cars on both sides parked and then traffic coming back and forth. And a lot of people use this street as a shortcut from Kingston Road to Lawrence. And so constantly, when I'm going for a walk, constantly saying to people to slow down. So the fact that this property is such an odd shaped property, it's a pie shaped odd property, and they're trying to cram in 2 homes in this curve of a street where the house is. So I think that, for the safety of existing vehicles there and safety of pedestrians coming in and out of the driveway as well and walking, will be an issue. I think Frank had covered quite a bit of what I was going to cover, so I don't want to repeat myself. But again, I think just, I have no problem with the construction of a 1 dwelling home on that property. But it seems like Franca says, and I believe that, the developer has a profit motive to build 2 homes and cram 2 homes into a pie-shaped lot on a curve will be unsafe. And he's, at this moment, the developer is there, but once he's gone, then the residents have to deal with the consequences of the changes, right? Being sidewalk being built, and all of a sudden, no driveway to park cars in the driveway.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. I don't. We won't be able to confirm whether a sidewalk would go in there or not, but the one thing that I've looked at is our comments that we've received from our engineering services, and I don't see any requirement or discussion on a sidewalk being proposed, at least for this property. So unfortunately, this committee will not be able to help you to confirm whether a sidewalk will be installed or not. If that's something that you wish to pursue, please contact
we did speak.
Yeah, please contact
Well,
staff.
I will, because we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did speak to the counselor, and they did say that they are looking. Eventually, there will be sidewalks placed on there, and just because the demographic is just changing.
Yes,
right?
and I totally see that. But in terms
So
of
the future.
exactly when and how, that's the information that it would be prudent to speak with the city staff in the engineering department to be able to confirm that with you. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, and before you go, members of the committee, do you have any questions for Kathy? We do have your written submission as well on file, which we have read. Okay, I don't see any questions from the committee members for you. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us. I will now go on to, sorry, that was not Kathy. That was Gina. My apologies. So I think that was the end of our list of registered speakers. I will now go on to Peter Jurusik.
Yes, to address the concerns of the neighbors, if you could put up the site plan, please.
Sure. So in the latest agenda, the site plan.
Yes. The redesign of the house actually helps out the parking situation on the property. Currently, we have a very generous boulevard, which is the part between the curb and the property line. And the rearrangement, currently the parking arrangement is where the parking is actually overhanging into the boulevard. With the redesign, we're actually required to have full parking spots on our property, not including the boulevard. So when you look at 54, the one that's in the irregular shaped lot, we have a garage, and then there's a legal parking spot on our property, plus there's enough asphalt. You know, I know they're talking about a sidewalk, but before the sidewalk's there's still enough room for at least 2 cars in tandem, plus a garage, which could fit 3 vehicles on that one property. The neighboring property, which is the left house of 54A, that one is a double park garage where we can almost fit 6 parking spaces between the curb and the house, including the garage there. So we have ample enough parking spots. Right now, we currently have, I think, 2 parking spots on the curb that's on the existing houses. This new development will provide parking spaces for well over 6 to 7 cars between the 2 houses, which would alleviate any concern of parking on the road. Our biggest concern was that trees, as was noted by forestry and our previous meeting. When you look at the house on 54B, which is the what in that irregular shaped one, we have moved the house that is now over 6 meters. The foundation's now over 6 meters from the trunks of those trees, which forestry department has deemed that to be well away from the tree protection zone, and they were satisfied with that change. So we are protecting those trees. In addition, there's a large hedge along that property line, which we're maintaining. So any type of argument in terms of the curve in the road or whatnot, that's already there as a tree and a hedges there of obscuring any type of turn in the road. It's a gentle turn, so it's not a hard turn on that road. So as you make that turn on the road, the house does not, it's a very generous boulevard, so there's not that impact for the drivers where all of a sudden a house will appear because of the generous boulevard on this side of the road. That boulevard itself is almost 5-6 meters from the curb to the property line. So compared to other properties, this is a very generous boulevard in that area of grassed area, which we are not impeding upon for that. So I think the parking issue, we've provided more parking that is there currently for a single detached dwelling for these 2 houses, which will alleviate any concern for that. And as well, the trees, yes, we have redesigned it to protect them with being over 6 meters away from those mature 1.2 meter diameter trees.
Okay, is that all, Peter?
I believe that addresses all the comments that the neighbors had, was mainly regarding the trees and the parking. So I believe we've provided more than ample enough parking compared to what's there today, and for 2 houses, it should alleviate. I can't control people parking on the street or townhouses, but in terms of these single detached dwellings, we have at least the minimum on our property 2 parking spaces. Plus, we can fit 1 in the boulevard as well within the curb and our property line. So each house can fit at least 3 cars, if not 4 to 5 on the one that's double width.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. I think one of both the speakers had concerns with the actual consent that is being proposed. Would you be able to just comment on that as to why you think a consent or severance is appropriate for these lands?
Yes, when you look at lots in the area, now I know the one behind us is a deeper lot, but when you look at the lots, if you have the property, if you guys can put up the zoning map, yes, the legend. In that zone, when you look down the street, there has been severances at 38 and 40 Fleury Mac. Those ones are narrower in depth than ours, but similar frontages. And as well, when you head up to Beech Grove Drive, there are many irregular sized lots there that are smaller shape. So this is a very diverse neighborhood. Yes, across the street, we have large pie-shaped lots just due to the lot configuration of this term. So it's not a fabric here that's very consistent throughout. But when you look at the areas that have been severed in the past, the lot sizes have been reduced to lower than what is the requirement in this area. So there has been precedent in the area, even in corner lots like this. So I believe this does meet a change in the community. I can always note the large development even happening with the townhouses and whatnot. There is a need for units here, an intensification in Toronto. We know that throughout the whole Ontario, there's a deficit of 600,000 units has been projected by the province. So we do have a requirement here do have a need in Ontario to create more units to help the population and kind of bring down costs by providing more units. So this one, I believe, does fit the test. We have worked with planning department, and they have commented on us and asked us to reconfigure some lots to make it satisfactory to their requirements for a lot size. So with the support of planning department, together with what's been happening in the past, I believe that this does fall within the 4 tests in terms of what we require for minor variance and consent application.
Okay, thank you, Peter, for that explanation. Members of the committee, any questions for Peter? Okay, I see none. And Peter, I'm assuming that you are aware of all the conditions from various departments?
I am.
And you have no questions or concerns, correct?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, there's no conditions from engineering services. It's only 2 conditions from urban forestry times 2. Okay, thank you very much. I take the matter into committee now. Committee members, any thoughts, any comments? Yes, Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I've looked at, I spoke at the last time we were discussing this application. At that time, I supported the consent application, and I saw that you had a triangular lot, which is caused by the shape of this property and is similar to the triangular lot behind it. In my view, the major concern with developing on this property was the preservation of the trees, and the previous variances had a very irregular sized house that required a number of variances to fit it onto the property. If the staff could bring up the lot development, please, with the house shown, the proposed house, the site plan. That's it. Thank you. I agree with the residents on the street. Parking on a street, parking on my street. I live in a local neighborhood as well. Parking on my street's a problem too. I think it matters whether we got 1 house, 2 houses, or 10 houses. We're still going to have parking on the street. But I think by pairing the driveways here, providing a garage, whether people actually use it for their parking of the car, is a reasonable solution. The other item that the residents brought up was the safety of rear yards. I think, again, by having fairly conventional and somewhat smaller houses here, you've got rear yards for both these properties that are suitable for young children to be playing in. I don't have any concerns with this application as revised. I think they have revised it to make the best of a rather unusual situation. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Member Macaulay, for those comments. Any further? Okay, all right. I don't see any further hands, so I guess I'm going to call for a motion now. Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Okay. If there's no further questions or comments, I'm prepared to recommend approval of the consent application. I don't have them. Yes, I do. Here's the numbers. Consent application B041-2020 SC. I recommend approval. I believe it meets all the conditions of the Planning Act in terms of being appropriate and being in conformity with the official plan and conformity with the PPS. So I recommend approval of the consent application. Secondly, unless there's any
There are
questions,
conditions.
I would recommend approval.
There were conditions of urban forestry.
Subject to all the conditions, yes. Do you want to take that item first? I was going to proceed with the variances, but we can separate them and deal with the consent
Sure,
application
we can separate them. So you have a motion on the floor to approve the consent application for this address for 54 Flaremac Road, subject to conditions of urban forestry. Can I have a second?
And
sorry?
development engineering.
No, there are no conditions of development engineering.
All right, let's call it standard conditions of consent then.
Correct, yes, the standard conditions. That goes without saying, those are added automatically. But yes, so subject to conditions of urban forestry and standard conditions. So you've put the motion forward. Seconder? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
I second the motion, and Madam Chair, I believe you just clarified that we do not have to articulate in our motion standard conditions of consent will be applied regardless.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes, that's what I said. So typically we don't mention standard conditions. They are included anyways.
Okay.
Okay.
We do in Etobicoke, but what do we know out here?
Oh, I see. Okay. You feel free to do those if you want to.
I second the motion exactly as stated.
All right, perfect. And all in favor of this motion? And the motion's carried, and the consent application for 54 Flaremac Road has been approved subject to conditions. Now, Member Macaulay, we can deal with the minor variance applications. You don't necessarily have to read out the application numbers. You can just say the address and the associated MV applications.
Okay, I recommend approval of the 2 variance applications for Flaremac Road, 54 Flaremac Road.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Said, please go ahead.
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried, and the applications, MV applications for 54 Flaremac have been approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks. Now, the last item on the agenda for today is item 22, 1207 Warden Avenue. Is the agent online? Dan, are you with us?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon.
I am here.
Thank you. Sir, I didn't pronounce your last name. I didn't want to get that wrong, so I just left it at Dan. So Dan, we understand that you wanted to present or speak with the committee this afternoon.
If that's okay, I would like to give a brief explanation of what we're proposing here.
Sure, please. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thanks very much. My name is Dan Achimovic. I'm the owner of DA Design. We are an architectural firm here at 1185 Queensway East, Suite 3A in Mississauga, and we are here. We are the agent for the property. It's 1207 Warden Avenue. We're here to ask for approval on 4 variances, and if possible, share the initial drawing.
Sure, staff just put it up.
As you can, yeah, thank you very much. So as you can tell, this is an existing bungalow on Warden, facing Warden, and also it's also a corner condition. This is a home of a young family with a small baby and hopefully more children on the way. The existing bungalow is starting to get a little tight, and they've basically asked us to come in and design a 2nd-story addition. One of the major items that they asked for, in addition to the 2nd floor addition, is a small bump out on the south side facing the side street. And you can kind of see that on the right side of the proposed rendering. If you can please go to the next page. They've also asked us to replace the existing garage, which is kind of falling in itself. So we're proposing a new garage at the back. It's slightly wider just to give them a little bit more room inside the garage itself, but it's very similar to the existing garage. And the garage itself is actually causing one of the 4 variances. We can go to the next page. The things I wanted to highlight, this is the survey. We can move on to the next page. Let's go over to the site plan. So this is the existing site plan. Basically, the black box represents the existing bungalow. At the back of the property, you can see the existing garage dashed in. So if we can move on to the next page to show the proposed site plan. Here we have the detached garage that's shown with a hatched pattern, so it's slightly wider, if you will. Same location from the property line itself, so we're not expanding that way. If you can zoom in on the black box just to depict just to kind of show the extent of the existing house, and if you can see the red outline around the black box, it's a dashed outline. Yep, thank you very much. That represents the existing side setbacks on this property. And as you can tell on the south side facing Bohm, the existing house is actually past the side setback because this is a corner condition, so the side setbacks are much greater. One of the major items the owners really wanted, especially with an expanding family, is the side mudroom addition. You can see that we're kind of locked in on the front facing Warden, but we had quite a bit of room. And in fact, the existing deck where we're proposing the mudroom is on the side of the existing house, and that deck serves entrance into the side of the house. And it's actually built pretty much to the 0 lot line, so you literally cannot walk by it. We're proposing an addition on that side, and that is causing variance number 1. As you can tell, we are well past that side setback, and that's variance number 1, where 3.6 meters is required. However, we're asking for a variance of 0.63 just to the mudroom itself. There's really no addition other than that. If you can scroll up just a little bit, one of the things I wanted to point out just on this same drawing, sorry, the other way actually, down towards Bohm. I'd like to show you the distance from the property line to the side street. Keep going a bit more so you can see the concrete curb now. There it is, right? So you can see the distance from the property line to the actual concrete curb is significant. It's over 6 meters, so that's over almost 20 feet from the actual Bohm Avenue of green space that's heavily treed and fairly private. So we're hoping that this proposal, because of that condition, because of the Bohm Avenue not being so close to the house, will be acceptable. We do have an approval from the planning department, or a positive report here, so we're hoping the committee feels the same way. Other variances here on lot coverage, we're asking for 38%, where 33 is permitted. And that does include the proposed new slightly larger garage. So we're 5% over, basically 22 square meters over on a lot that's 457 square meters in area. Variance number 3.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry, I hate to interrupt you, but your time is up. So I would request you to please wrap up your comments.
You know what, if you don't mind, I'll just quickly go to the second floor plan. The only thing I wanted to, so this is variance number 3. If you can scroll up to the proposed second floor plan. We've been dealing with the planning reviewer on this one. So this is the second floor balcony at the very front from bedroom number 2. You can see that we have a small balcony there, and we shrank it in size, meaning where the railings are, the balcony itself is only 4 square meters. But the planner is still counting the entire canopy, if you will. So that's why that number is so much bigger. We're not asking for, party size balcony here. The owners just wanted a bit of an egress from that bedroom. And then the last one just deals with the garage, setback of 3.99 versus 6 allowable. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for a great presentation, very clear, very articulate, and visually very clear. I appreciate the time. Members of the committee, any questions for Dan? I see none. Excellent, Dan. So there are no comments or questions from the committee. I would like to take the matter into committee. Any closing remark before I go? Okay, all right. Let's proceed with the committee now. Committee members. Any thoughts, any comments? Okay, if there are no comments, then can I please have a motion? My 2 cents on this would be, I think it's a very modest and reasonable intensification of an existing house. As family needs grow, you know, this represents that the growth in terms of the built form as well. So I think it is it's reasonable expansion, and the requested variances are minor in nature. Some of them, as he explained, the second floor platform size is due to the way the coverage is being calculated. But regardless, I feel that this application is minor in nature and meets the intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw, and is desirable as well. So, can I have a motion now? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with you. I think this is a very sensitive, desirable proposal. Understandable given the homeowner's family situation. I find the variances all meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval subject to urban forestry conditions 101 and 2 and the community planning department condition to build substantially in accordance.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Taylor. Member Macaulay?
Second that motion.
All right, Member Macaulay seconds the motion, and all in favor of this motion. The motion is carried unanimously, and the application has been approved, subject to conditions of urban forestry and community planning staff report recommendation. Thank you very much.
You all have a great day.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of the agenda. Now, in terms of the standard items on the agenda, anything, any other business, Colin?
Through the chair, just as an information item, item 4 on the agenda. Since the last hearing, there was a TLAB decision/order that was rendered for 42 Cedar View Drive for a minor variance application. It was originally refused by committee and appealed by the owner. The TLAB approved the variances subject to conditions.
Thank you very much for that update. And members of the committee, any other business? I see none. My question, Colin, when should we expect the New Year's calendar for the schedule?
We will let you know.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that there's no conflict with my calendar as well. Okay, all right. So if there are no other business and items, we will meet next month on November 10th for our hearing. Until then, everyone, thank you very much for today's meeting. I don't think we need a motion to adjourn, but we will adjourn the meeting. Thanks, and have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Everybody.